Hello.
You're not Dan. Hello.
This is on air. My bad.
All good. I don't think we're technically on air yet anyway.
We're on air.
Oh, well,
Why?
welcome. Can you warn me when we go on air?
I'm going on air at 12.
All right. You know what? Fair enough. Wait, but I had questions about where Evan was in Final Fantasy.
Hello.
Ah, there, Dan. As I put that in, of course.
Uh-huh. So the
Oh,
timing was perfect.
it kind of was.
Yeah. I'm still drying my hair because I took a quick shower. 1 second.
Fair.
Oh, our food is here. Speaking of.
God damn it. Why does it always arrive at the least convenient time? Be right back. Sorry, Dan. Of fucking course, though. I'm back.
Hello.
Evan in Final Fantasy chat. Yeah, we frequently get pizzas on D&D days as well.
Sandwich is better than I thought it would be, honestly. I thought it'd be
Uh-huh.
cracked.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. What's up?
Nothing really. Just woke up really late because I was out really late last night.
Oh, damn.
It's like 9 p.m. where you are, right?
Yeah, but
You're on quite the schedule again.
I've only been awake for like 2 or 3 hours, probably.
Oh, fair.
Out dancing last night, which was fun. Why is it that, like... Oh, I need to put it in theater mode or something. There we go. I was like, I can't fit the whole stream on my screen.
Italy is a country of late diners. country after my own heart.
I mean, that's just a lot of kind of more Southern Europe, to be fair. Portugal, Spain. I don't really know about France, actually.
Yeah, this always gives me shit for eating dinner at like 10 p.m. after raid. It seems perfectly normal to me.
Yeah, my fucking 2:30 a.m. dinners before raid are fine, right?
Yeah, I'm not used to the 5 p.m. dinner.
It's so funny. 2:30 is like actually just getting closer to like breakfast than it is dinner.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly normal in my number of meals per day, so.
You never eat during our game. See, it's funny because we start at exactly dinner time basically.
That's inconvenient, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
But it means we can get bullshit out of the way while we're eating,
Mm-hmm.
which is my master plan.
Mm.
How devious.
Yeah, all the East Coasters in raid are like, BRB, I'm gonna go prepare dinner like before raid.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting here like like dinner time goes through raid for me, so it's fine.
As we had many a battle dinner.
Yeah, Josh sometimes just pops into my room with food and it's like, yes.
Here are
thank
your
you.
supplies, friend.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, I need this. Mura temp number. 98, whatever.
Suffering.
Rations for you, sir, so you may keep up your strength.
Yes. Wow.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I never showed you my UI, did I?
no.
I was gonna. You asked me at one point, what does your new UI look like? And I never showed you. It's
Alright, tell you what.
Yeah.
This toasted steak sandwich from Panera, better than I thought it would be.
Very nice.
Panera.
Also, I got rocket boots now.
I really thought this would be trash.
But you see the question marks?
God, that's funny.
Yeah, and I have indicators here for missing stuff, which is fun. But I made a weaker for the rocket boots as well.
Nice.
There it goes.
Man, have you heard our woes?
What woes have you been suffering lately?
Our water heater is leaking.
Oh, I was there when Sean
Or
announced
Josh,
that.
Yeah, Josh announced it, but yeah.
Oh,
'cause it was
that's
during-
right, it was
during
Josh.
D&D.
Josh announced it to Sean.
I announced it to the chat because I was hoping Tyler would hear, and he just didn't.
You were hoping for some subtle delegation.
Yeah, I mean, we got an engineer in the house.
Hey, Hammer Boy.
Hey, do the thing.
Do the
Hey,
thing.
Thorbjorn, fix it.
Ready to bark.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've never fixed a water heater one before, but there's a very real chance it could just be a simple solution like tightening something.
Nah, we found the leak.
But yeah, what was
like
it?
all
Just
it
one of
needs
the
to be
pipes is
replaced.
bad.
Yeah, it's the pipe,
Oh.
not the water heater, thank God.
That's great. That's great news.
Yep. It's like, it's not a pipe, it's like, yeah, it's like a hose, basically. It's like a foot long, it's puny.
So
We
anyway,
could
it said-
probably go
You could
do it
patch it?
ourselves. He put some duct tape over it and some glue, but it's still leaking.
It's still leaking.
Okay.
It's leaking over the tape.
Yeah, so
Probably
Well,
better to replace the pipe then. Yeah.
to make a long story short, we have a landlord scheduled someone to come today between 2 and 6.
Yes. So
my
if
God.
we have to
How much is
BRB
it?
all of a sudden,
Yeah. How much is it going to cost to have someone replace a stupid little hose?
I don't know. That's an insurance.
Not for you guys. Yeah, it's good that, I mean, it's because you have a landlord, this is absolutely the right thing to do. But if this was your own house, I'd be like, fuck that, I'm doing it myself. I'm not paying
Literally, we were
$150.
having this conversation, and Tyler was like, "I hate this. If I owned this house, I would
Yeah.
literally go out and do it myself right now.
I empathize with
Yep.
Tyler so much. Same brain, same brain.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure.
Mm.
Anyway,
But yes, landlord. Not a good idea to try to fix things yourself.
Nope.
If you make it worse, you're liable probably.
Yep. That's what I said. But
Mhm.
if they weren't having, since there's active water damage currently happening,
Mhm.
if
You have a bucket. Yeah, do you have a
there is a
on it?
bucket,
Nice.
All right, that was a nice light breakfast.
yeah. So anyway, let's get this over with since the person comes between 2 and 6.
I agree. Let's fucking get it. Which one was it? This one? Okay. This
Where
one's
did we
correct.
leave off? Oh, we left off on tentacles. That's
Yes.
right.
Tentacles.
Wait,
We left off on a large
Lurker.
quantity of tentacles.
didn't we toss aside Lurker though?
Yes,
Yes.
we did.
Yeah. It's just
Okay,
gonna sit
just-
here because we can't do
Yeah,
anything.
yeah,
about
That was
it.
us leaving off on tentacles.
Perfect. We,
Okay,
Yeah.
so
good.
the-
Good.
We have.
Oh no, the
about,
mages.
About half of them. But we
Yeah.
have the mages.
Three of
now.
them.
Okay, so this is actually this will probably oops wiki.5e. It might actually it's worth looking up what levels you get these abilities at as a warlock. So you get your patron features at first 6th,
10th and 14th, I think.
10th, and 14th. Okay, cool.
Nice.
That's a good curve. I will say it is extremely funny because it what this implies is that your otherworldly patron is just your college. It's just your school.
What's the class that gets the massive
You're
gap? 'Cause
right.
This is like 5 levels, 4 levels, 4 levels. Isn't there a class that don't clerics get like nothing for like an eternity?
Clerics get nothing. Bards get nothing.
Let's see.
Bards actually don't get all of their
Clerics
features.
get features at 1, 2, 6, 8.
Well, you can't really count the 8 one.
Okay, 8 doesn't count.
It's 8 and then 17.
17.
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh
thinking of.
fuck!
And that level 8 one is the stupid like one that doesn't like your melee attack does 1d8 damage or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Your
it's spells.
cantrip
So.
does a little bit more damage. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Okay. So let's do a Mage of Allure hold. This was for Bard, Warlock, and Wizard. So we've seen this on Bard before. Actually, the ones that we've seen on... Were the ones that we saw on Bard the ones that were just, like, super broken?
Yes, the Bard ones were broken because Bard gets very little combat prowess, and just
True.
like adding combat prowess to a Bard felt like it was very strong.
Yes. Okay. Let's see how it stacks up on a Warlock. So, upon selecting the Mage of Lorehold subclass, you gain two features: Lorehold spells and Ancient Companion. In this subclass's features, any reference to your class refers to the class from which you gain the subclass. If you're a Bard, etc., etc. When you subsequently reach a level, you gain one feature of your choice from the other presented here. Each feature has a class level prerequisite, etc., etc. Yeah, we know this. So you learn the cantrip Sacred Flame and the first level spell Comprehend Languages. You learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class as shown on the Lorehold spells table. Each of these spells counts as a class spell for you, but it doesn't count against the number of spells you know. If you are a wizard, you can add these spells to your spell book upon learning them without expending any gold and prepare them as normal. So I think that
That's
implies...
worthless on a Warlock, isn't it?
What? Sacred
All
Flame
that.
is... What?
I'm pretty sure on a Warlock, Sacred Flame is almost useless.
Okay,
Yeah, I
Sacred
don't-
Flame is worthless.
And Comprehend Languages will use one of your 1 to 2 spells.
Yeah, it's not great.
Wait,
That being
can
said,
you get ritual cast that?
I don't think Warlocks got ritual casting.
But it says you
they-
learn it. Because I thought Warlocks did get ritual cast, but they have to have it prepared, and this would be this, or
Oh.
like have to have it known or whatever instead
do
of
they?
being.
Hold on.
I don't know. Let's check this.
Don't warlocks have
magic.
Pact of the Tome to get?
I think
ritual
Pact of the
casting or
Tome
no?
lets you do ritual spells.
Oh, okay.
I don't actually remember.
Okay, let's look it up real quick. Pact of the Tome is you just get 3 cantrips. Wait, this one's trash. Why would anyone ever choose this?
Maybe that's what we
For
do.
utility, I don't think it's that trash. I think just having more utility can. But I mean, normally
Pact
you
of
have
the
enough cantrips
Chain,
anyway,
you learn
though.
the Find Familiar spell. You can cast it as a ritual.
Oh, Warlock does not have ritual casting as a class feature, so they would have to take the ritual casting feat. I think comprehend languages is pretty ass on a Warlock then.
Pretty garbage.
Yeah. Well, they get their stuff back on a short rest.
I guess it's an out of combat thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not nothing, I guess.
So bad they scrap chunks of pages out of the Strixhaven book. I think that these Unearthed Arcanas didn't they never got printed, even though the Strixhaven book did come out. If I recall correctly, that's why they're still in this like weird Unearthed Arcana section. I mean, given what they did to the power level of Bard, it's pretty clear why.
It turns out that having subclasses that apply to multiple classes in a game that's already hard to balance makes it probably impossible to balance.
This is fucking World of Warcraft, right? Like,
oh, this would be impossible to balance in World of Warcraft too.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It reminds me of those cards in Hearthstone that are multi-class. Which didn't they scrap that idea actually a couple expansions later?
They did it
Hard
for
to balance.
exactly one expansion. Yeah, it was not particularly interesting in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of understand where you're coming, where they were coming from with these, but like also, it just wasn't a good idea. Anyway.
Well,
You also so you gain you learn additional spells and they don't count against the number of spells you know. So I think you just know these spells. Which is better for warlocks because warlocks usually only get expanded spell lists to choose from. So this increases the number of spells you know. If I'm recalling correctly. Does that sound correct?
You learn these spells. Yeah, I think you're right. I would read it that way.
Yeah, you just get them.
Yeah,
That's more
nice.
spells is nice.
More spells is nice. They're just not amazing. Well, I like
Anything
Destructive
now will
Wave.
never be balanced. Yeah, I
Stuff
think that's
like-
probably true. I think
Stuff like comprehend languages, knock, locate object. These are things that you can feasibly use on a short rest out of combat and not feel like you're shafting yourself.
Yeah, I think
True.
Spirit Guardians is actually not too terrible. It's a
Ooh,
pretty
that's
efficient use
actually-
of the spell
that's-
slot,
Wait, that's actually really good. Now that I think about it.
right?
Because
it's
it's
a concentration
concentration.
spell, and it's always going to be upcast because you're a warlock.
In my opinion, I think that is the best third level concentration spell in the game. But it does require you to be pretty close range, and as a warlock, that's a little risky. You could just get knocked out of concentration.
Yeah. But you could always go with like Hexblade and then just put some armor on.
No,
you
you
can't go
can't.
Hexblade with this subclass.
Oh, you're right. This is a different warlock subclass.
It's the only thing.
That's the only thing you can't do.
I would say that in general, Spirit Guardians and Destructive Wave are like the only two notable spells here. And I think in most cases you'll probably only cast Spirit Guardians, but I think Destructive Wave can have some use since you don't get Fireball anyway.
Yeah, and you're casting all your spells at 5th level anyway.
Yeah, I mean like it's just gonna be whether you think you need like damage over time or not. Sometimes you do. Okay, Ancient Companion is let's see. Oh, you infuse a statue, it gives you a body. You can choose the type of spirit. It's friendly to you, obeys your commands. It shares your initiative, but takes its turn immediately after yours. It can move and use its reaction on its own, but the only action it takes on its turn is dodge, unless you take a bonus action on your turn to command it to take another action, which is, I think, good for warlocks. I don't think warlocks do anything with bonus actions.
Yeah, not inherently, and it's bonus action spells aren't even as efficient on them just because they'll just run out of spells on the first turn.
Yeah.
Like this is probably gonna be pretty strong.
Yeah. As an action, you can touch the Ancient Companion, expend a spell slot of 1st level or higher. The Ancient Companion regains a number of hit points equal to 10 plus the level of the spell slot expended. You're not doing that. You're not doing that.
I
Don't
agree.
you
Never
dare.
using that.
This is a one and done. This is a one and done companion.
Yeah, which is
So-
perfectly fine.
Yep, it has 5 plus 5 times your level in this class,
Mhm.
which is like a party member. 14 armor or 16 if you choose the warrior. I think we determined one of these was probably the best one. Or I guess it's quite flexible because you can get Sage is a +2 bonus to intelligence and wisdom checks. Probably not that one. Ancient Fortitude. Oh, that's right. Ancient Fortitude. This thing just becomes a zombie.
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah.
So how does this work again? You have to. So you have to. Let me open up the page myself so I can like read the whole
This is a
thing.
long page. So when
Yeah.
you bond with your ancient companion, you choose the type of spirit you bond with. So basically, it's like when you finish a short or long rest, you can change it out.
Okay.
The fact that this takes no action and then it just is there at the start of combat. Is
Yeah, it's like
inherently
always
so
prepared.
valuable.
It's not like you have to summon it like prematurely or anything.
It's like I am
You're not
inherently
worrying
stronger.
about duration.
The damage is
The
1d8
damage was
plus-
never good.
No.
Yeah.
But the damage is
damage.
obviously
Force
fine.
damage.
It's actually on par with most martial classes until you start getting extra attack. So you're
you see
really
the-
strong for the first 4 levels.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, wow.
Also the healer is you choose one creature and it gets 1d8 plus proficiency bonus temporary hit points, which can really add up over a fight. The warrior
That's true.
is when a creature within 5 feet of the companion makes a strength or dex save, the companion imposes itself between the creature and the danger. The creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to the saving throw. So as a reaction, you kind of get like a mini bless.
Pretty
I mean,
good.
we rated
That's
this
not bad,
pretty highly.
Especially like what you said earlier, first 4 levels of the game, that you are nuts. You are basically 2 people.
Yeah.
Like, this might be stronger than Hexblade for the first few levels.
This is like what they were afraid of with like minion classes.
Yeah.
Or like pet classes, which is why they fucking just nerfed the ranger to the ground before the game.
Which is why they make it take an action to like have it do something. This just does thing on its own.
bonus action, yeah.
Doesn't it take a bonus action or?
Yeah, okay.
So you have to
Maybe
spend a
it's
bonus action and then it can take its regular
Yeah.
action.
Okay.
So you're very happy to do that.
That's reasonable.
Like if you just had a bonus action, give somebody 1d8 plus your proficiency bonus temporary hit points, that would be infinitely. That would be an incredible ability.
Yeah.
So this is levels 1 through 5. What do they
Does
get?
5e even have any good minion classes now? Well, that depends on your definition. Because some of the newer summoning spells are actually usable, but also Shepherd Druid exists, which will just break your game. So I don't know. I think.
Have you noticed? Sorry. Have you noticed that this thing actually has really high passive perception?
Oh, it's 12 plus 2 times your proficiency bonus. Yeah, when you get your max proficiency bonus, that's 24 passive perception. That's kind of nuts.
And
Even at level 5, it's 20 or 18. 18 passive perception. Yeah.
That's a lot. It's very observant.
It's a very observant friend or
Wait, hold on.
companion.
What is the incapacitated kid?
Can't take actions or reactions.
If you're asleep, are you incapacitated?
Yes.
Okay. So that means you can just set this thing up as your sentry and then go to sleep.
Yeah.
Cuz then it can take its own actions.
Wait, that's amazing.
Wait. Oh.
It can fight for-
It's so busted.
This is amazing. It'll obviously scale less late game, but
Well, it
even then,
depends
it's
on what
still good.
else this class.
Oh, sure.
has.
Yeah, let's move on.
Well, it's 5 also like at 20th level, it's 105 hit points on your little minion class.
That's true. That is unless they ignore it, that is an effective tank just by sheer number of hit points.
Yeah.
That is not going into your face. It's not like it's tanky. It's a wall.
Okay, so that as a warlock you would obviously get at level 1. The next level is What is it for a warlock? It's 6.
6.
Okay.
It follows exactly the recommended
you're right.
levels.
It does.
Yeah.
So at 6, you get Lessons of the Past. When you bond with your ancient spirit, your ancient companion, you gain the following additional benefits depending on the type of spirit you choose. Healer, your maximum hit points increases by an amount equal to your level in this class, and you gain the same number of hit points. When you regain hit points from a spell, you regain an additional 1d8 hit points. So you just become tankier if you choose this one. So at level 6, you just have 6 more hit points.
Huh.
That's fair, I guess.
Sage, advantage on ability checks using Arcana, History, Nature, and Religion. Once per turn, when you deal damage to a creature with a spell of first level or higher, you can deal an additional 1d8 force damage to that creature.
Wait, let's see.
It's funny that it's healer, but you only heal yourself more. Yeah, it's funny because the healer actually has no healing utility.
Yeah.
Because it only gives temporary hit points.
This action to cast cantrip won't better with something like Sacred Flame as opposed to Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast has... You don't have a reach weapon, do you, as a Warlock? Or do Warlock have any reach weapons?
Almost.
Because otherwise you have disadvantage on your Eldritch Blast.
Oh.
Because you're in melee range.
Oh, the
Yeah.
warrior one. If you use your action to cast a creature, you make 1 weapon attack as part of that action. If the weapon attack hits the target, takes additional 1d8 damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure about this one.
No,
when are you
what about the
making
other
melee
ones?
attacks?
Well, Sage is weird. Hang on, help me parse Sage.
Yeah.
When you deal damage to a creature, you can deal an additional 1d8 force damage to that creature. So is that just a flat 1d8 damage to everyone hit by your spells?
No, it's once per turn.
Once per turn. I
And
knew they would limit it somehow. Okay.
And no cantrips. No cantrips.
And no cantrips. Yeah, that's fine.
It's not that great.
None of these are incredible. Except the
No,
healers.
not
Yeah.
really. Like obviously at
Nice.
level 6, the warrior one can be a DPS increase, but then also you would have to invest in like
You're better off not being in melee range.
yeah, you would have to
Oh.
invest in like the short one.
Tris does bring up ranged weapon attacks.
Oh, I guess that's true. But then you would have to.
Does a Warlock have... I think Warlocks have hand crossbow proficiency or some sort of crossbow proficiency.
Okay, well, that's true. But I think also the invocations let you make like a bow, right? If you're like
There's a
Pact
moon
Blade.
one.
That does not sound worth it.
It's getting increasingly convoluted for an additional 1d8 radiant damage when you could in fact just be Eldritch blasting.
Well, the thing is, it's
Let's-
one.
no, let's-
It's
yeah,
1d8 plus
extra.
like for a longbow that would be another d8.
Yeah.
Plus your charisma modifier, and that's on
No,
top of
Warlock
your
aren't-
Eldritch Blast, right?
Warlocks aren't proficient in longbows, but they can use a short bow.
No, but so I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
if you take the invocation that lets you conjure a longbow, right?
Sure, but why not just not do that and just have a short bow?
I guess so. Yeah, I guess that's
Like why waste an invocation on
Warlocks
one more
proficient in
damage?
short bows?
They're proficient in
They're
all simple weapons.
Yeah,
so
they're a simple weapon.
Wait, short bows are simple weapons?
Yeah.
We can double check.
Hold on.
Pretty much any weapon that deals a d6 of damage is a simple weapon, I'm pretty sure.
The only reason why you'd want the longbows for additional range, so you could Eldritch Blast from further. But assuming you take this warrior one, that's just more damage. Like, your bow might miss every now and then, but when it does hit, you're doing that 1d6 plus like 2 dex plus 1d8. It adds up. That's a DPS increase, if not very much.
It's hopefully you can multi-attack, right? Because otherwise you should just be Eldritch blasting. Am I wrong?
No,
Well,
you
so
Eldritch
if
Blast
you-
and get one free
If you
attack.
use your
Oh,
action to
that's
cast a
right.
cantrip, you can make one weapon attack as part of that action. So
mixing this up.
at level 6, you get 2 Eldritch bolts, and then you also
And then you
get to
do
make a free
1d8.
attack, and then also
Okay.
you still have
Yeah.
your bonus action.
And that free attack is actually doing more damage than one of your Eldritch Blasts. So you're doing more than 50% additional damage just from this warrior feat. And that's not even counting that your companion's also hitting. You're doing well over double the damage of a non-subclass warlock.
Yeah, like I'm here to tell you that this is pretty good, at least at the band
Yeah.
of play that most people play in.
It's good enough that you might actually put like another point or two into Dex, just because why not?
You can put a point or two into Dex. You can also take improved Pact weapon, which is +1 to bonus to attack and damage rolls, and you can conjure a longbow.
This is some kind of crazy DPS. This is more DPS than the first tentacle warlock, but with none of the utility. But it has a body that tanks, so like.
Really, it kind
there.
of provides its own utility, right?
Yeah.
It might be better than that S tier like tentacle warlock.
I mean, to be fair, we kind of already knew that was gonna be the case, right?
I mean, this minion class got its own fucking tier in Bard.
Do you think it's like a tier better than the top though?
No.
I guess we'd have to look at the other ones. I also don't.
I don't know.
Well, let's keep reading and we'll find out.
Let's keep reading. Right now, I think it's actually very comparable and actually slightly better than our top S tier class.
So once per turn, when a creature you can see hits a target with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the target to make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it becomes vulnerable to one of the damage types dealt by the attack. This vulnerability lasts until the end of your target's next turn and affects the damage dealt by the trick. Wait, isn't this nuts?
No. When a creature you see.
Because this isn't like grave the path of grave clerics like vulnerability. This is like you just give someone vulnerability for like one turn, right?
This synergizes incredibly well with your minion. If your minion hits a creature, it does force damage. You use your reaction to make it take double damage from that force damage.
Yeah.
And thus, your Eldritch Blast is now doing double.
Oh no.
Oh, this might be its own tier.
Yeah. Oh god, that's disgusting.
And you can use this a lot.
Who wrote this? Who thought this was balanced in any way?
A number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. How many times is that this level? Like a lot.
So level 10, that is
4 uses.
4 uses. Jesus Christ.
Do you get to choose the damage type?
Yes.
So you could also do
one of the damage types.
One of the damage.
If you synergize and have a party full of other people that specialize in force damage, you're gonna break the game. The game is over.
Well, force damage is a little hard to synergize with. I was thinking, can you just make it piercing or slashing and then have your melee absolutely fucking destroy them?
Oh, all the way.
Because that
if you have like a longbow user and like a rogue and a fighter, they can all use piercing.
At 10th level also, because you have 4 uses of this, like if you have only one creature, like one legendary creature on the board, you can burn through all of their legendary resistances by yourself if they fail your saves.
So fucking broken.
Yeah, this is not okay.
They do get a save, yeah. Well, that's the one thing that makes it slightly more balanced, but yeah, that's fucking insane.
It's
but
whoop-de-doo. Honestly, just take like this, like just have one of like literally 3 wizards, or like 2, like I don't know, 1 warlock. And then 2 wizards. One is a divination wizard. One is a
no. Both the wizards are the damage wizards. No, the ones that do damage and specialize in magic missile.
I was about to bring that up. Yeah,
that's the evocation one. I'm pretty sure.
Evocation is evocation. Okay.
However, also consider this: you would want 1 divination wizard to guarantee that your target fails the save.
Does that work against legendary resistance? That's so funny.
No, it does not.
No, it doesn't. But I mean, if you have like 3 of these guys, like
yeah,
I guess that would be my one worry, is that like eventually it you get to the point where like the mobs just keep succeeding the wisdom save, right? And then this ability doesn't really do anything.
Well, but if you're fighting mobs that keep succeeding the wisdom save, isn't your party full of spellcasters? Like, what the fuck are these enemies' DCs anyway? Like,
I mean, yeah.
Like you're a spellcaster. Your DC should scale up.
Mm-hmm.
It's your spellcasting DC, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so like, this is the same worry as like disintegrate failing. You know, like
and the cost of it failing is significantly lower in that you just don't. Yeah, you still get to do all your other shit.
Oh no, I'm just a really strong.
Also, I was gonna say like evocation wizards are already kind of break the game anyway.
No, if they fail, if this thing never procced, you're still an S tier class.
Probably.
Anyway,
Yeah.
let's
At
see.
least for the first fucking 9
As
levels.
so at 14th level, as a bonus action, you can enter a state of chronal chaos. When you enter the state, and at the start of each of your subsequent turns, while in this state, you gain one of the following benefits of your choice. Luck, you receive brief flashes of the future, stealing yourself against oncoming assaults. Whenever you make a saving throw against an effect that deals damage, you can roll a d6 and add the number rolled to the total. Okay, so you just get an extra d6 to your saving throws against damage. Resistance.
Wait, how often can you use this?
I think when you enter this state, you gain one of the following at the start of each of your turns. So once
Lasts a
per
minute.
turn. No, I think this is.
Okay,
I think these
once
these
per long rest at the bottom.
Yes.
At the bottom. Oh, I see. The other thing is
you can recharge it with a spell though.
Yep.
Oh, but that luck one seems like it's for
So you
as
can't-
many times as you want per turn.
Yes, correct. So you can't choose the same benefit 2 rounds in a row. But it lasts for the whole round. So saving d6 to all saving throws, pretty fucking good. You strap a bard to yourself and you're like, let's go. Resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, pretty good. And then your movement speed increased by 15 feet, and you do not provoke opportunity attacks. So this seems like you would only use it when you need to use it, which you know. It's
Sure, why
procs
not?
at the start of your turn, so you would know when you need to use it.
I mean that's a good point. If the enemies are up in your face, I'm gonna swiftness out of here, and they can't stop you.
Yeah, so that's pretty good.
Good. That's a free no action misty step, basically.
I mean, as far as capstone abilities goes, like at 14th level, this feels like fairly strong. Like
It does.
for like a 20th level ability, this would feel like, I would say like fairly good to fairly balanced.
Yeah.
This is definitely a fairly strong feature. It has slight anti-synergy that your minion can't bonus action use an action this turn. But who fucking cares at this point? Your minion is just a body at this point.
And it's only one bonus action for the whole fight, effectively.
Yeah,
Right. Yes.
you're right.
So
the first one,
it's-
and 1 minute means you could technically do it like right before you enter
You
combat.
can
but, like,
technically do it right before
whatever.
battle, but also like it takes a bonus action, so like.
so who cares? It's so easy
cares?
to use.
Also, you can
Compared to, like-
recharge it with one of your spell slots. So if your encounter ends and you're like, "Huh, that wasn't as hard as I thought," you just go and take a short rest and
Yeah.
you're done. Like
I
you're
mean, for
a warlock.
for a warlock that is a lot of your spells, but
It's a lot of your spells, but they come
the
back on a
point
short
stands.
rest, right? So like this is
That's true.
basically this is
You'll do it if you need it.
depending on how your encounters look, this could be a short rest ability for you as a warlock.
that's very true. I mean, yeah, and most strong abilities like this take an action to cast. For this class, it's a
It's a bonus action.
Did you say something about it not being able to do the same 2 turns in a row? Or
Cannot choose
did
the
I
same
miss-
benefit 2 rounds in a row.
yeah. That's the weakness. So assuming enemies never surround you and you never need to move, you're
There it
basically
is.
just gonna be alternating luck and resistance.
I can't believe I read that 3 times and my brain just like parsed over those words. It was the weird thing. I don't know what happened to me there.
Okay.
Pretty
So
funny.
That does make it a little bit clunkier because you have to predict kind of when you're gonna need that. It makes the saving throw one significantly worse, in my opinion, because you have to know I'm gonna make a saving throw
Yeah,
this turn.
obviously, like
Well,
you would have to know, but also, you know,
I don't know actually. I think in most cases, you know if you're about to be hit by melee attackers.
Yeah.
yeah.
And if you know if there's a good chance you're not getting hit by melee attackers, you're just doing the saving throw one.
Also,
Yeah.
it's actually a good thing that there are 3 because it means you can cycle through one if you need to. I mean, I don't know how many rounds you're actually taking in a combat like at this level. It may be more, it may be less, but like, you know, if you're like on a and you need to, okay, you know what I mean.
With that stipulation, I actually think the resistance and swiftness ones are the best, and luck is the worst.
Fair.
It's funny.
I think they're all pretty balanced.
Balanced is the right word for this. It's not totally broken, but it's good and balanced.
Yeah, but this class kind of needed an awful 14th level ability.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Yeah.
Like, if this doesn't suck, what are we gonna do?
So the question is, the question is,
Mm-hmm.
does it occupy its own tier?
I actually am of the opinion that yes, I believe this is strict saving tier. I think this outclasses Fathomless, and Fathomless is nuts.
That might be fair. Do you want to wait to create a formal Strixhaven tier until we have rated the other 2 Strixhaven ones?
Well, I remember
Okay,
them
no,
being
so
not as good.
I remember them. The Lorehold one was fucking nuts, and the Silverquill and Witherbloom were just not that good. Actually, I think Silverquill was
minion.
Silverquill was also pretty good, actually, if I recall correctly. But
Didn't we
Witherbloom was
have
the one
two-
that sucked ass.
Yeah, didn't we have 2 Strixhaven tier ones?
Yeah, Lorehold and Silverquill.
So maybe we can wait till Silverquill is
All right.
ranked if you.
Okay, we'll look at
want.
Silverquill too then. So you get 2 features: Eloquent Apprentice and Silvery Barbs. So you learn 1 cantrip of your choice, either Sacred Flame or Vicious Mockery. Lol. Yeah, you're a warlock.
Don't think it matters either one.
You
Yeah.
gain proficiency in your choice of the 2
Probably
following
Vicious Mockery.
skills: Deception, Intimidation,
Probably.
Performance, Persuasion, or Insight. 2 proficiency.
Two
Ooh.
proficiencies is always strong.
Yes.
I like proficiencies.
Silvery Barbs. Immediately after a creature you can see within 60 feet of you succeeds on an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw, you can use your reaction to demoralize the creature. Unless the creature is immune to being charmed, it re-rolls the d20 and must use the lower roll. If the attack roll, ability check, or saving throw then fails, you can choose a different creature you can see within 60 feet of you. You can choose yourself. That creature is empowered. You can re-roll 1 attack roll, ability check, or saving throw it makes within 1 minute and use the higher result. A creature can be empowered by only 1 use of this feature at a time. Once a creature fails an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw because of a reroll forced by this feature, you can't use the feature again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a spell slot to use it again. So obviously that's a lot weaker as a warlock.
Wait, just let me parse this. This means you charm for you'll see.
So if someone
So you can like reverse lucky someone.
right, exactly. So if someone rolls a d20. You can make them re-roll it, and they have to take the lower one. If they fail, you can re-roll 1 thing within a minute. Or you can
choose
someone else
to do it
re-roll.
after seeing their roll.
Yes.
Oh, succeeds.
yes. Once they
Oh.
succeed.
That's really good. That wording is really good. Let's see. So this is you definitely using this on enemies.
That's actually quite good.
How? Let's see. And then
Well,
wait. And then if you make them fail, you choose another creature, and then empower them, and then you can lucky them.
yeah.
Wow.
If you unlucky someone, you can lucky someone else.
And
That's what
then-
this ability is.
And then once a creature fails an attack because the what? So how often can you do this? Once a creature fails an attack roll because of a reroll false position, you
So
can't.
you can
use
use
this
this
feature.
once
okay.
per long rest
Oh.
unless you recharge it with a spell slot.
You can basically use this. You can succeed with this one time. They're generous here.
Correct.
If this feature fails to do anything, you just get it back.
Oh, that's actually quite good then.
Yeah.
Wait, that's actually
So you're-
really good.
You're gonna get guaranteed value out of this feature.
Guaranteed value. Yep.
I love that. Oh, this is one of those features that like might not be the strongest like warlock feature, but I would love to have this.
Well, also
Yeah.
like
This would feel good
the
to
thing
play
is
with.
that
Oh,
it is
it'd be
also supremely flexible, right? Like I said about the other one, the capstone ability of Lorehold. If you're a warlock and you haven't used all your spell slots and you're about to take a short rest, just recharge it, right?
Yeah.
This just makes Saber Suck spell so much better, and it completely
Right.
it completely negates advantage on saving throws for a creature.
Yes, it completely overcomes it and
Holy
turns it into
shit.
giga disadvantage.
They do not have it. They do not have advantage anymore if you use
That's
this.
so
on them.
nuts.
Yeah, it's really strong.
It does rely on you to make them to make saving throws, or just attack rolls. It's flexible.
6th level dark. You learn the darkness spell. It's added to your class spell list if it isn't there already. If you're a
Ooh,
wizard, add it to your
baby.
spell book if it's not there already. You can cast the
favorite.
spell without expending a spell slot. Ooh.
Oh.
And you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. When you cast the spell in this way, you can see normally through the darkness created, and when a creature you can see starts its turn in the darkness, you can deal 2d10 psychic damage to that creature. You can also cast the spell normally without the additional effects by using spell slots that you have of 2nd level or higher.
It's the warlock thing.
the
but
warlock
you don't
thing.
need to use an you don't need to use
Wow.
an evocation for
It's
it.
how to say it's an efficient. It's efficient because it doesn't use a spell slot, and you get and you can see through it. And you can do 2d10 psychic damage.
I mean, that's just like, what more could you want?
Like, this is everything, isn't it?
It's a
Do you
great.
want to know what is a little bit funny to me?
What?
I don't know about you, but I would probably, solely out of maybe paranoia or something, because you can only do this once per long rest and have the benefits of seeing through it that way, I would probably still take the invocation if I was going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Really?
I
Just
would
for
be
more
tempted
uses?
to. Yeah, just for more uses. And plus the invocation is like 120 feet of dark side. It's a good invocation
I was gonna
regardless.
say it's just really handy to have.
That's
You
true.
obviously would not get the additional effects of like 2d10 psychic damage.
Yeah.
But you know, Darkness Warlock, geez, it's a classic.
It's a classic because it's nuts. This is solid. This is really strong.
It's a very good feature. 10th level. When you cast a spell that deals damage, you can invoke additional words of power to change the spell's damage type to your choice of psychic or radiant damage. Any creature damaged by the spell takes extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus and has its emotions swayed with despair or adoration based on the damage type dealt. Psychic. The creature is frightened of you until the start of your next turn. And radiant, the creature is charmed by you until the start of your next turn. There's no save attached to this.
They're just frightened.
That's insanely good. Does
Wow.
this wait? Does this is the way this is read? Does this apply to each of your Eldritch Blasts? The extra proficiency damage.
See, any creature damaged by the spell takes
It
extra
doesn't say
damage.
once per turn.
Yeah, I think you can just spam
no.
frighten.
So is that
Wizard?
Is that 4 times your proficiency bonus if you have 4 Eldritch Blasts?
I think so.
Yup.
So I think you can do that 4 times. And I think if I'm reading and parsing this correctly, that might apply to each of your Eldritch Blast bolts, question mark?
Yeah.
If-
wait.
And
if
I
I
think you
remember
only have
correctly,
to pop one per turn, basically.
one turn. Can't you let's say you had 4 Eldritch Blasts. Can't you target 4 creatures and frighten all of them?
Yup.
Yes.
And no save.
I might no save whatsoever. I might still be catching up. Maybe you've already figured this out. But if you target all of the same creature with all 4 bolts of Eldritch Blast, I feel like it's only going to trigger once. Am I wrong? Any creature damaged by this spell, it's still one spell.
Yeah, so I think it's actually less
That's
efficient
probably-
if you focus them all on one creature.
Yes.
You think
That's what I'm reading.
the proficiency bonus damage will only apply once?
I think so.
But if you target 4 creatures, it says any creature damaged by the spell
Yeah.
takes extra damage. So I
Yes.
think if you target 1 creature, it takes extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus. If you target 4 creatures, they each take damage equal to your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, that's how I was reading it. It's
That's pretty nuts.
confusing and vaguely annoying,
Yeah.
but
So it's
still
not.
good.
This isn't like the same level of DPS as our Fathomless Warlock or our Lower Haven Warlock, but this is a lot of DPS.
Tyler, there's a smoothie for you in the fridge.
Oh my god.
Yes, yeah.
It's a lot of DPS, and the frightened condition is not to be like understated. Like they can't approach you. How long does the frighten last again?
Until the start of your next turn.
That's strong.
So
I mean,
one turn.
whatever.
Frighten.
That's good. You can chain it. You can
Yep.
fucking chain it. You can perma frighten the boss, and they can't. Wait, the boss could never approach you.
Yeah.
You technically run out of uses eventually.
Yeah,
How-
but
how many
after
turns?
4 turns, like
4 turns.
if after
Okay,
4
think
turns
of-
the boss isn't dead, like you're flaming your team.
Think of
of a
a strong
bitch.
think of a strong creature that can be frightened, that is melee. If you have a party full of casters, you just get 5 turns of just blasting it before it can even actually. It's dead before it can touch any of you. There's
It's
no
very
save.
good. I just ran out of drink and then she promptly hydrated, so I need to go grab some. I'll be back.
I have drink.
I also have drink. But I'll be right back.
Okay.
am back and hydrated.
Welcome back.
Okay, 2 hydrations.
If they are not immune to fear, this ability is bonkers crazy good, particularly against big, scary enemies. And a good number of enemies are not immune to fear. Very, very late game, this might fall off a little bit, but like it's still so fucking good.
To be fair, also like if your creature is immune to frightened, it's usually also immune to charm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If they are immune to both of those,
it's just kind of a nothing feature. You do a little extra damage, right?
Yeah, you do damage equal to proficiency
even
bonus,
that,
which you will take. Yeah, it's not even then. It's not like bad. At least it's still usable. And it's if they're not immune, it's just nuts.
Okay. At level 14, you get Word of Power, Deadly Despair. When the target of your silvery barbs fails an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw because of the reroll, you can invoke a Word of Despair to give the target vulnerability to 1 damage type of your choice until the start of your next turn. All right.
So it's
why not?
They went all in on Vuln, huh?
Yeah. And then they realized that vulnerability is fucking broken. Selfless Invocation. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you takes damage, you can invoke a Word of Power using your reaction to grant the creature resistance to that damage, and you take an amount of psychic damage equal to the damage that creature takes. You would never use this. What? Why would you sacrifice your hit points?
Are you a tank? No. Then don't. Unless there might be a time.
Okay. I mean, given that it's just like it's 60 feet is like long enough, and then it's
you could save someone who's about to get downed.
Right. Exactly. That's what you would use this for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess so.
I mean, it's like it doesn't cost you anything. It's just a free bonus.
The fucking vulnerability. I mean, this is the other subclass had vulnerability. This gives this subclass vulnerability.
Yep.
I think that other subclass's vulnerability was a lot stronger though.
Level 10, and you could do it up to like 4 times. This one is level 14,
and you can use it basically once, unless you
once ever.
It's basically once unless you expend a spell slot to use it again.
Yep.
Wait, this happens when you do silvery barbs?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this happens when a target fails your silvery barbs.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Okay. So how do we think about the early game of this class? Like they have
very important. Can you how long until the start of your next turn is when
Yes.
Does that mean you never benefit?
Yeah,
that means you never benefit from the vulnerability.
Yes, that is true.
That's a lot worse than the other one. And comes later, and you get less use of them. Wow, that's just worse in every way.
Yeah.
Not even remotely on the same power level. Early game, obviously you don't have a minion. You don't have any armor proficiency. You don't have any significant DPS increase like the rest of the classes until like level 6. You do get proficiencies. 3 proficiencies is a feat. That's the skilled feat.
Yeah,
that's good.
I mean,
Silvery Barb is good, but you're a lot weaker early game than some of the other ones we've seen.
I mean, I think Lorehold is obviously the king of the early game, and then also the late game.
Not even close, yeah.
But I think this 6th level ability feature is like fairly strong.
I think it's pretty strong, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like we rated Shadow Sorcerer very highly, didn't we?
Well, okay.
But that was relative to sorcerers, right?
Because they can't get this anyway.
Weirdly, what it feels to me is that Mage of Silverquill feels like on the upper bounds of S tier, whereas Lorehold is like easily in its own tier.
Well, this is Well, here's I have 2 things I want to discuss. One, my slightly hot take is that 6th level ability is actually kind of in that you could easily duplicate it if you just take the darkness spell and the invocation.
Well, mate, what's the difference? What's the difference? Doesn't this one give
I think the thing is that you are discounting this 2d10 psychic damage.
I am very happy to discount that damage because I don't think you should be doing this in melee. From experience.
Is that melee only?
It's if they're in the darkness. And
Yeah, you
oftentimes you don't want the enemies in the darkness. You want you to be in the darkness far away, right?
Okay, but
Yeah.
then,
Because-
but like, you don't have to do that, right?
You
can just put it on the
don't.
enemies.
And then they take 2d10 psychic damage.
And then they walk away.
And then they walk out of it because they don't want to be in the darkness anyway, right? I am willing to discount the 2d10 psychic damage because I don't think that's a very powerful
I
part.
kind of
the
agree with
spell.
Sean here, yeah.
And so as a result of that, then this basically becomes another spell learned and an invocation. Of
Yeah.
Further
I don't know.
Invocation, which
I
is
personally, I think it's easier to engineer a situation in which they will not be moving out of it so readily.
It's not actually just another spell. It's another spell cast. That's 50% more spells.
spell learned and spell slot on a long rest. Yes.
Yeah, but like, okay, on a long rest, that's true. But that is still, this is still like powerful.
Is that a good 6th level feature? Yes.
I think it's-
Is it
I
a
think it's
crazy good one?
Not
Probably
crazy. Yeah, I agree.
Just the
It's
fact
not
that you
the
could
most.
duplicate it, the fact that you could almost duplicate this outside of the spell of the class does hurt it, or outside of the subclass does hurt it a little bit in my mind. But that's the only issue. Other than that, it's still good.
I agree.
Sure. I mean, okay, but to be fair though, once again, I'm here to go to bat for this 2d10 psychic damage because it's not a
Yeah.
saving throw.
It is, yeah.
So
and
it's 2d10 is like 5.5 times 2 is 11 damage, right? If you do that on like 2 creatures, right? If you just cast darkness on 2 creatures, you are better than the Eldritch Blast, right?
I actually agree in that sense. Just because most warlocks don't really get very much good AOE at all, and this warlock also does not get good AOE.
True.
So this is your best AOE for a while.
Oh, that's
If
so
you hit-
sad.
Yeah, unavoidable damage, and it forces the enemies to move in maybe an unpredictable way.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
the
it forces them to
best
move,
part-
and if you can keep them in there, it's just more free damage. It's psychic damage, which is like resisted by basically nothing.
It's good control. The damage aspect adds a decent amount of good control because they're really not going to want to be there.
I think also like in the control sense, like if you're facing only one creature, you can just kind of plop it down and force them to move. And most bosses don't really want to move a lot.
Definitely the godliest part of this subclass is the 10th level feature, which comes a bit
Yes.
late, but it's not that late.
It is feasible for you to reach this level. Whether
Once
or
you
not
do, you're
this is
still
its
strong.
own tier, I kind of think it might not be.
I don't think,
I don't think it
is.
is.
Yeah. And
Um,
so, well, then I want to
compare-
raise is the other one.
Yes.
Lorehold? Yes, easily.
Oh, easily. By far.
Not even close.
Compared to the tentacle one, we said Fathomless was the best.
Fathomless was nuts, and Lorehold has a minion and tanks, and does more DPS and has more utility. It's just better.
Like there's just no contest.
I've
It is
kind
a
of-
And it
class
makes
that
your
has
whole
no
team.
faults.
And it makes your whole team do like fucking double. It's just like not even remotely close to compare.
what
it
does
to the
what does
other.
Fathomless have going for it besides the tentacle?
It slows people to a crawl. Does up until Lorehold the most DPS of any warlock. It has blaster spells. It has AOE blaster spells,
You get lightning
Um,
bolt,
Oh, it gets lightning bolt. That's right.
Big B's hand as a tentacle,
and it might be able to do
cold.
restrain stuff.
Big B's tentacle.
Yeah,
You
Um,
reduce speed, you do extra damage. You have.
but Lorehold
Guardian
does
Coil.
more DPS.
Yeah, it's
And
just like
Lorehold has a tank.
That's right. Okay.
it's
Lorehold
disgusting.
gives
Lorehold,
vulnerability to your whole team.
like Mage of Lorehold is literally its own solo class.
Yeah, Lorehold is ridiculous.
Are we naming it Strixhaven tier? Or are we just gonna name it Lorehold tier?
I'd probably just leave Lorehold
You-
tier because
You have to
it's-
name it Lorehold tier. Yep.
Yeah, but like, compare Strixhaven. Is Strixhaven S tier because is it stronger than Fiend and whatchamacallit for its 10th level feature? Or do you prefer
I
having just
personally think
Fireball on a Warlock?
That's a good question. What color do you want Lorehold tier?
It was gray last time.
Oh, I see. The important part.
I
Yeah,
feel
gray's-
like is
light
this
gray is
better?
good.
Is this better than Celestial and Fiend?
Celestial basically had that heal going for it, which is nuts, but that's all it really had going for it. Fiend has Fireball going for it, plus a little bit of extra.
Oh, Tribal fell into the trap.
Yeah. I love
What
that
is
you
it?
don't hear the sounds, but Dan and I do.
I
Yes.
did.
Yeah.
I heard
Josh
someone
doesn't.
doing. Ooh.
Yeah, Josh doesn't hear them because they have Discord and streamer mode. I saw Tribal pop in.
What was the trap? Like, did they just not realize they were
No,
streaming or
if you
something?
right click on someone and you try to watch their Twitch stream and you have access to the channel in which they're also streaming, then you will pop into the Discord stream over because it has priority.
Yeah, Chi did that last week, Tribal. It's super fucking. Have we complained to Monica about this?
Yes.
I think we have.
But also, like, it's not Discord's problem really, because like, why would they give prio to Twitch over their own service, right?
That's true.
It's not. This just you can't really win with this unless we just make our own server.
Yeah.
And at that point, the little PNGs would break. So
Anyway, the important question is: it A tier or S tier?
You know, that is actually a good question.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I feel like the features are very strong, but it like doesn't really get anything beyond them, right? Like it's not getting any more spells or anything.
It is not getting more spells.
Other than darkness.
If not for the spells, I think I would be very happy to put this in S tier. I might still be happy to put this in S tier.
Personally, I think level 10 is achievable enough, right? We generally rate 6 to 9, but 10 is like just above that band, and it's a really strong ability.
I love the level 1 ability so much as well.
It's
Like,
good.
I just
This is
love it.
this is a really good ability.
You are going to turn one bad thing into a not bad thing.
Yeah, it's
For
not
a short rest.
It's not crazy powerful.
It's certainly
But I
no
love it.
fucking tentacular minion.
What 6th level? I already talked about 6.
I think also the thing about Silver Quill also is that it's just broadly useful, whereas the reason Celestial is really strong but like is in A tier is because it's like it's fulfilling the healer niche, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's situational. Whereas Fiend gets access to Fireball, obviously one of the best spells in the game, but it is some of its other features like are just kind of like they're kind of right? They're very middle of the road, but also like they're usable.
You're really playing the Fireball Warlock.
I just glanced at Fiend to remind myself, and I was like, "Oh, that's why I forgot everything before 14th level. It's kind of whatever." So I'm okay. I think I would be okay rating this above Fiend.
I would
What do
put
you
this
think,
above
Dan?
Celestial IMO.
You might be able to argue me out of S, but depends what you think.
Fiend is good. Fireball's great and all. Up until level 9, Fiend and Celestial are better. Once you hit level 10, Mage of Silver Quill is a clear better. Like,
I think 1 through 4, Fiend is not better.
You think so?
Yeah, I would much rather have that first level.
I actually think that's true.
Okay.
I
5
think
through 9.
I think
5 through 9.
the one ability of Silver Quill is better than the one ability of Fiend.
I do think Celestial 1 through 4 is better than Mage of Silver Quill.
Probably.
I think so.
Yeah,
That's a low enough level where that matters.
Especially at low level where the healing itself, like the numbers, matter so more. But I don't know. Where do we think it's gonna end up?
Low S?
I mean, I've kind of given my reasoning. I think it's probably S tier. I
mean, that 10th level feature is ridiculous.
I think it's really ridiculous, but I also think that the other abilities that it has are useful and they're broadly applicable.
Sure. It is not doing anything poorly.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a class with few weak points.
And then it gets really strong if you get to 10th. Yeah.
Leave it in S for now.
Okay, we'll leave it in S and we'll come back to it. Mage of Witherbloom. This is the one that we didn't really like because it was a druid subclass.
Yeah.
You gain 2 features. Let's see. You gain Witherbloom spells. You learn the cantrip Spare the Dying and the first level spells Cure Wounds and Inflict Wounds. You learn additional spells when you reach certain levels in this class. Each of these spells counts as a class spell for you, but it does not count against the number of spells you know. So this is just extra spells for Warlock. You get Cure Wounds, Inflict Wounds, Lesser Restoration, Ray of Enfeeblement, Revivify, Vampiric Touch, Blight, Greater Restoration, Anti-Life Shell, and Mass Cure Wounds. This is like a slightly better version of like the Celestial in terms of the spell list, because you just get the spells and they don't count against your number known.
Oh, that's right. You had to choose them for that one, didn't you?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I forgot
This has
about
always
that
been the
difference.
case for these mage classes.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Not having to waste
Your
spell
spells
choice on
known, and you just
Revivify
get
and
free
Lesser.
utility. Yeah.
Like
Yes.
I remember talking about the Celestial. Like, I guess there's a slight boon to having these spells, because if you know someone has like a long-term curse, you could take a long rest and prepare it. But no, this one you could just fucking.
You could do it.
Good
Take
idea.
a short rest and it's done.
Yep. It's the deed is done.
And you don't have to invest in other crap to do it, which is nice.
And you just have those spells on you if it's emergency to do it in combat, and you really need to use one of your two spells on Greater Restoration or something, or Lesser
Right.
Restoration.
This is the oh shit Revivify. This is the combat res.
Yeah. Although, again, you're probably sandbagging if you still have a spell slot and someone's dead.
Yeah, I mean, listen, maybe somebody goes down, maybe your healer goes down turn 1 and you gotta just pop that Revivify out.
Goes perma-dead turn 1?
Listen, you never know. You never know what kind of game you're playing.
It's like, all right, I rolled a 6 on the initiative. What's the worst that could happen while I wait for my turn? Oh, God!
Yeah, I mean, it's true. At that point, it was probably very hard to stabilize.
At that point, you're fucking running.
Yeah.
Revivify will not save you if you're someone's perma-dead before
I don't
you
know.
have your
Revivify
turn.
might give you a turn to run.
It won't give the other person a turn to run based on the initiative.
I guess that's probably true. You're right. Anyway,
They're coming up. They're not getting teleported to where you are when they revive. They're gonna get shanked again.
You're gonna get shanked with them.
True. Isn't Revivify touch?
Yeah.
yes, it is touch.
Oh God.
So, you get that, and then you also get Essence Tap. As a bonus action, you can draw on a Reservoir of Life Essence to empower yourself for 1 minute or until you use this feature again. For the duration, you gain one of the following benefits of your choice. Overgrowth. When you choose this benefit as a bonus action on subsequent turns while the benefit lasts, you can expend and roll 1 hit die. You regain a number of hit points equal to the number rolled plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Okay, so like that sucks ass. it's bad because it eats your bonus action for no reason. Okay, I know what reason it is, and the reason is if they didn't, they'd have to put some specifying words, because it means you'd be able to get up from 0 at the start of your turn for a minute, which would, I think, be hilarious.
So you can't do that?
You can't do that because you have to use your bonus action to do it. So, like, the thing is that you're, like, obviously tapping into hit dice in the middle of combat. Like, if you have no other heals and you need very little healing over time, maybe, like, your hit dice not that big as a Warlock. And, like, it also kind of shafts your short rests if you want to take them later, because you're like, I'm a Warlock, I want to take a short rest. I have no hit dice left.
That's a good point. But also, like, does this add your con and your spellcasting ability modifier, or does it replace your con with your spellcasting ability modifier?
Oh, it replaces your con mod. I guess it's slightly better, but it's still not like...
I mean, it's... What is your con going to be, like, 1 worse than your charisma, or 2 worse? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Constitution should be your secondary stat as a Warlock.
Assuming you had infinite, like, hit die, I know, don't, it's not a great assumption. Would this be good to just spam? Like,
it's 1d8 plus, like, 5, maybe
sure.
4.
Let's
like
say at level 5 you
healing
could
per
do this
turn?
one time. During a turn, you could probably... You're healing 9.5 health per turn.
So, okay, I will say this.
To be
At
fair,
first level...
That is
first
a
level...
14th level feature for a lot of classes.
That's true.
A
I
sucky
think
one.
from about...
Yeah.
So, from about, I would say, first to, let's say... Fifth? Yeah, 5th level. Like, this is a chunky heal, actually, for yourself.
It's pretty strong.
It
Literally, at first level, you're nearly full healing yourself.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty worthless afterwards, but, like, to be fair, like, you're actually right that up to, like, 5th level, I would say it's pretty good. After that, it becomes a little less substantial.
Yeah, and
Because like
it does not
at first level
scale.
it's basically 90 to 100%
Scales
of your
and-
HP, right?
Yeah, it scales in number of uses.
Yes.
guess.
At first level, if you have a low con mod, you can guarantee a full heal every
You can
time.
guarantee a full
Actually,
heal, yeah. And then at second level, it's basically 2 turns of like 50% healing. 3, it's like 3 turns of 1/3 healing. That's an interesting scale.
Mhm.
I really don't think this is useless. I think if you are actually taking damage now at a certain level, like
Yes.
you don't want to be taking damage, then
Like
this is significant healing per turn.
Okay, yes. All right. That's fair.
Anti-synergy short rests. Your party's gonna be like, yeah, no short rests now. You're out of die. Let's all take long rests, right? And the Warlock's like, yes, I guess so.
I guess so. I guess it's
I
the
did
same
this.
thing.
I
Mhm.
did this.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that it is a substantial heal, and if you're in a situation where you need it, like I suppose that's fair. You would probably want this. But also you shouldn't be in that situation. Like at first level, I think this is actually really good because like at first level you can't really control that kind of thing. But I think by the time you get to about 5th level, you really shouldn't be at that range.
This has just I'm still going back to it because it's only 1 per turn. Like it's like you can regain 1/20th of your hit points each turn for 20 turns at 20th level, right?
At
On the
20th
extreme
level,
worst
yeah.
case scenario, that is like a dumpster tier ability.
However,
are you
at
gonna,
first
are you
level-
going to use your bonus action for anything though?
No, but like then you've burned your useless bonus action for some mostly useless healing. I consider this worthless at high levels. At first level, it's really fucking good. I'm like struggling to find that point right now. I guess
mean,
it would be around 5.
You can't really call it worthless. You can call it weak.
I
Yeah.
will call it worthless at 20th level.
But you'll be
can't
wrong.
stop me. You
You'll
can't
be
stop
wrong,
me.
but you can say it if you want. But
It does
For-
scale. It does scale quite like linearly, right? Like it heals 1 and then X 1 over X, and X is your level once per turn.
Yeah.
The guys here.
Sick. Well, Josh helps them. It scales in terms of number of uses and number of uses beyond the amount of turns of fighting that you have in a given like long rest period is, not helpful once you exceed that.
I mean, hit points are one of those things that are always matter. Like the difference between being at 5 hit points or 0 hit points is always going to matter. That's a full other turn of you getting to act.
It is.
I'm going to say this gets weaker and weaker. It's never useless. Unless you get something else in this subclass that's going to replace your bonus action, you will always be using this.
It's always useless unless you actually would have gotten downed, but did not because of this feature.
That's true, but you can't predict that, so you might as well be healing up.
Yes, yeah.
Just as a precautionary, like, okay, I'm at like 80% health. I might as well bump myself up to 90% health.
I just don't rate. It's slightly hypocritical because at times I do, but I don't always rate like healing when you're already at fairly safe hit points to be hugely valuable, especially when this is a small amount per turn in a game that has long turns that you don't have that many of in most cases.
I mean, we've rated these features that with temporary HP a lot more generously, and this is directly better than temp HP.
Is it?
I think. Well, think of how many uses you can do it as. Like those other features, like temporary HP, you can do once, but you can't like keep getting uses out of it. This, if you're wounded, you can keep using it. Temp HP, I'm knocked to half health. I'll give myself some temp HP, and the following turn, I can't do it again. But this one you can keep doing it. Now temp HP you can do before combat. Which is
yeah. That's the main reason that we value temp HP is that it carries over into combat at no cost.
This is I think about 5 to 6 is the threshold, just because if we're going off of the model that most combats only last like 3 turns, like even if you're taking damage, you're only really getting like 2 or 3 turns out of this anyway.
Sure, but regardless of level, you're going to be healing about 27 health. No, about 28 health in 3 turns.
It's pretty good.
Yep, assuming that you took
You're
that
taking
damage. Assuming that you took that damage on turn 1 and therefore got use out of it immediately, and then either take subsequent damage on future turns or took enough damage that you get the healing out of this, right?
I mean, at later levels, you're probably going to take enough damage.
So the
otherwise.
problem with this feature is that you can use it a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And there is a secondary feature. However, they're limited by the number of your proficiency bonus, so you can't switch willy nilly. Not that you would want to necessarily, because the secondary effect is the second effect you can choose here
necrotic one,
you deal damage, change damage type to necrotic, ignore resistance to necrotic damage. Like that's fine.
It's almost that you're never applicable.
It will almost never be applicable. It means that you will never run into a situation, you will almost never run into a situation where you have an ineffective damage type, because most creatures that are resistant to necrotic damage will not be immune to it. And I think the amount of creatures that are actually immune to necrotic damage are actually fairly few in the game.
Now, let's count the amount of creatures that are resistant or immune to force damage.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
That's really what this...
And this is a subclass that does not get other powerful spells inherently. So what Warlock spells are we talking about that are strong? Maybe like Wall of Fire, and you could change that from fire damage to... Wait, I don't even think they get Wall of Fire. What do they get? Like,
don't they do?
What's strong?
I think they do get Wall of Fire, right?
I Fiend got that. I thought Fiend got that, so that means
did Fiend get
Wall
Wall of Fire? Okay, where's the spell list for this class?
Like, what Warlock spells will they actually be using this on? Because they're not using this on Eldritch Blast, because force damage is probably still better.
Okay, so let's take for instance, a look at 5th level spells. No.
Yeah.
4th level spells.
I was
not
Shadow
really.
of Moyle is something.
That sounds like it already does necromancy damage or whatever.
No,
right?
that doesn't deal damage, y'all. That's
sickening.
That's
this is a Xanathar spell.
Yeah,
you think I look at Xanathar spells?
It's the fucking buff one that gives you greater invisibility, kind of, sort of. It's complicated.
Weird.
Well, what about Sickening Radiance?
That does radiant damage.
Does radiant damage.
I think radiant is less resisted than necrotic, funnily enough.
All right.
But I think also, to be fair, change it to necrotic and then it doesn't get
That's what
resisted.
this is. You read this ability as you overcome resistances of mobs.
Yeah.
That's what this ability is, straight up. It's just
once you get to 6th level, Circle of Death. That's a good one.
Yeah,
it's already
baby. You can use it once.
But you ignore resistance. Great. Yeah, that's right. You only get to use it. I don't know. That's not a very good feature. You're probably end up just going to be. You're really probably just going to be like, I'm slightly damaged. I'm going to heal myself. Why not?
I think as a warlock, I think probably this may be more relevant, even though it's not really relevant as a druid, because druids don't normally get access to necrotic damage, except for like, what is the withering one?
Blight.
Blight, yeah, that one.
Which this warlock gets.
Yeah, this really is just overcome resistance to necrotic damage.
No, it's overcome resistance to any damage.
Yeah, but
yes, yeah.
I'm not saying that's good, but I'm saying that's what it is. To be clear, that is what this ability is. It's overcome resistance.
We're trying to simplify it.
I know I am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, anyway. 6th level, proficiency with Herbalism Kit, and when you finish a long rest, you can use an Herbalism Kit and a pot or cauldron to create magic brews. Oh, I remember this ability. You create a number of brews equal to your proficiency bonus. Each brew requires its own flask. They retain potency for 24 hours or until used. For each brew, choose one of the following effects. Fortifying, choose a damage type from the following list: cold, fire, necrotic, poison, or radiant. A creature can drink this brew or administer it to a creature as an action. The recipient gains resistance to the chosen damage type for 1 hour. Quickening, a creature can drink this brew or administer it to another creature as an action. The recipient regains 2d6 hit points and 1 disease or condition from the following list affecting the recipient ends: charmed, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned, or stunned. And toxifying. Next time the weapon or a piece of ammunition, as an action, they can apply it to a simple or martial weapon. Next time the weapon or piece of ammunition fired hits a creature within 1 hour, the target takes 2d6 poison damage and must succeed on a Constitution saving throw. against your spell save DC or be poisoned for 1 minute. Okay.
Okay.
So these are like pre-buffs because they all last quite a long time, except for this quickening
Yep.
one, which is like
Mm-hmm.
I mean it's 2d6 hit points as an action. Like I guess like there is some utility to be had to just like at level 6 you have 3 of these. Just make 3 quickenings and give them to your party members that can't heal, right? So like worst
And then
case
you
scenario,
just-
you could still get people up.
You just dump this in the face of someone who got paralyzed,
Just bop.
like, or stunned or whatever. And
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
like,
if
some of these
you're-
other conditions, I
Charmed,
guess,
frightened,
like,
paralyzed, poisoned, stunned. I mean, like some of these are kind of annoying, and the fact that you can like just fix them is nice. Is it the most useful ability in the world? No. However, would you like to know what is really funny?
What?
So it does not say that you can only benefit from one of these flasks at a time. So you as a 6th level warlock could make 3 potions of fortifying to cold. Say for instance poison, fire, and like I don't know, cold, right? And then you
kidding.
give them all to one person, maybe you're barbarian, and suddenly they're a
Nice.
monster.
yeah, the resistance one is the one I'm also looking at is probably the strongest. Just
Mm-hmm.
the poison one, like, whoop-de-doo. They're not. It doesn't inflict the poison condition. It does a tiny bit of damage. Even at level 6, one instance of 7 damage is not that exciting.
Nope.
The quicken one, good for emergencies. Sure. But like that's full actions.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, you can end someone's stunned condition so that they can take actions at the cost
Yeah.
of effectively stunning you for that
Yeah.
turn. Not quite as extreme, but you
We-
get what I mean, right?
We do like the flexibleness of resistances. Remember that we had another one where like, oh, if you know you're gonna be fighting a certain creature, you can get the resistance. This one's
I
even
think
better
that was
at that.
the Fiend one actually.
Yeah.
Fiend
I think
had
the
that.
best version.
But
and
this
our
one's even better.
Well, that's the thing is our conclusion with Fiend was this is the best of the resistance abilities, and it's still
This
not
probably
amazing.
Is it. Yeah, this probably is the best one. 'Cause you
This
can give
one
multiple.
is well, we said it was the best of his abilities, and I think we were all still underwhelmed.
Yeah.
Yes,
This one is the best of the resistance abilities,
and it has more options.
and it has more options, so I'm less underwhelmed. But
Personally, I think this is a really interesting class. I kind of wish that they'd done a little bit more with it, because this kind of preparation class is kind of annoying, but it's also like kind of what D&D is like designed for in many ways. I kind of. You know what?
Yeah.
I know what this is. This is just my problem. This is my problem with D&D for not having an alchemist class.
it really has been how many years, and they still haven't. It's amazing.
I think at this point they're just refusing on principle because Pathfinder has an alchemist class.
Maybe. I like it. I think it's fine. I think it's good.
I think it's fine
yeah.
also.
You give,
if I
give
recall,
3 members of your party fire resist if you know you're about to go up against something with
if I
fire.
recall correctly, I think that this was the only redeeming ability really.
Uh-oh.
Because
Yeah.
Well-
if I remember from when we were doing druids, I think the other two, the final 2 really were bad.
Yeah. But the first level feature is also even worse for druids because they don't have any fucking spells that are good, and also they can heal anyway, so the healing one's also bad. Warlocks get a slight benefit from the healing ones because they can't really heal.
Yeah, but it's yeah.
But they're both equally good on this 6th level feature, I think.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So 10th level, once per turn when you deal necrotic damage or restore hit points using a spell, one target of the spell takes additional damage or regains additional hit points equal to your proficiency bonus. Wow.
That's not very exciting.
That's really not amazing.
One target.
From a spell.
So compare this to quick whatever, where each of your
Silverglow?
Eldritch Blasts add
Gives
the
frightened,
proficiency
yeah.
bonus and proficiency bonus damage and frightened. This one makes one of your Eldritch Blasts do proficiency bonus damage,
Yep.
and you have to have turned your Eldritch Blast into necrotic with your bonus action.
Oh God, you're right. Oh God, and that eats one of your. Oh.
Yeah, that's
This
not
is-
amazing.
You don't
Oh,
really
no.
want to use this feature until
Yeah.
you have like AoE spells like Circle of Death. Then you're like, I make one creature.
Yeah, one creature. This is like evil, right? It's the
Take
one that
4
this
more
one
damage.
creature takes more damage.
God, that's so. Oh, that's
And it's
not.
your
Like, what-
good.
proficiency bonus, which is like fine, but also is not like that impactful in
No.
terms of
Four
like damage
damage.
numbers.
What single target necrotic damage like touch? What is the touch of
Blight?
death
Chill
or
touch?
like? No, the
Chill
one that
touch?
turns into a zombie.
Finger of Death.
Finger of
Yes.
Death. You can make your Finger of Death do like 10% more damage.
Wow. Exciting. Thanks, Blizzard.
Wow.
What? Like
What does Blizzard have to do with this?
10% more damage sounds like the kind of damage
Blizzard
buff you
buff?
get from. Oh, cool.
An MMO.
Yeah, from
Yeah,
an
that's
MMO. Or like a
That's funny.
what's it called? Like a Borderlands game. It's like a really boring upgrade.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I get it. I get it.
I think the water guy's done.
No way. Well, or I'll ask Tyler later, I guess.
So they showed up like 40 minutes early.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
nice.
they showed up early and they got it done in like 5 minutes.
Or alternatively, he's off to go buy the part.
Yeah, I was just
I
saying,
thought they had a
either that or
4-hour
they've
window to
diagnosed
show
it.
up, and they didn't show up in the 4-hour window. But you know what? That's
Some,
fine.
listen,
I will take earlier rather than never.
I think that
Almost
is funny.
always.
It's like the exact opposite of a cable company. A cable company will give you a window and show up 4 hours later.
Yeah, that's what happened to Dumb Dog. I'm like, you know what? I can't complain
Yeah.
if this happens
I
like
hear about
this.
that a lot.
So
Funny, all the recent people I've had like show up, they all show up like on the dot at the earliest time. I think because they wanted to get it done as soon as possible.
I would do that too. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know if I'd show up early. But
don't wanna
like,
just sit
I would show up
around.
I would try to show up like in that band of like on time or 5 minutes after like the earliest. time.
Yeah, I
That's
definitely
usually
wouldn't
when I
show
actually show up
up.
to
I
something.
definitely wouldn't personally show up early. If I showed up 5 minutes early, I'd sit in my car and wait till it's time.
Yeah, that's just that's you time now. I mean, I guess unless
Yeah,
you're making
also,
like
I don't want like a
Oh
show
God,
up
Dan's
and they're not
robotic.
ready for me. Yeah.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I'll be back.
What?
You are, in fact, very much a robot to us right now. And the funny thing is because
Okay.
Josh and I are on the exact same internet connection, I have no good way of telling whether or not it's you or us.
That's a good point.
Oh, however, you do sound slightly better with that one sentence.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that your water heater is being fixed. That'll fix the internet.
I think you're good now. I think you're back.
Dan's back.
Okay, good.
I just confirmed, and yeah, he just swapped out the pipe, and
Let's go.
Everything's all Gucci now,
Oh yeah.
or supposedly. We've left the bucket there just in case, at least to catch the
Okay.
rest of the drips.
All right.
But also, Josh, like I would not I would just like wait in my car just because I'm like I don't want to show up early. What if they're not ready for me?
Yeah, exactly. No, listen, if you
Yeah.
give a band of time, this is like this. Okay, this is like a problem with like, I've had this happen with buses. I've had that stupid fucking thing where buses will show up like 5, 10, 15 minutes early and then just take off when they see no one there. And it's like, what are you doing?
I thought they were like explicitly told not to do that. I think they're supposed to wait. If they're
Like,
early.
there are some places where it is illegal to do that, but most places, at least in the U.S., as far as I know, are more on the line of they don't really care about whether you're actually providing the bus service as much as
Oh
you
my
are
God.
on time, right? So when your
Yeah.
only metric of success becomes like doing the route, it means that you're kind of actually incentivized to leave early.
Yeah, because then you might be 10 minutes early here, but then if you're not leaving early, you might be 1 minute late to your next stop, and people might get pissed at you, or maybe your job will get pissed at you. I don't know.
So, anyway, that I fucking hate that, and I've had it happen to me, and it sucks so bad.
Oh.
Yeah, good luck waiting 30 minutes for the next
Right?
bus,
It's
yeah.
like, and then like
Yeah.
it shows up 5 minutes early, and then it fucking leaves, and like then you have to wait like 30 more minutes for the next bus,
Even though you were on time.
and it's like, this should be illegal.
Even if it was.
Straight to jail.
E-
No,
e- e- even if it was, what would stop them, right? Like it's
Yeah.
they probably aren't supposed to, but they'll do, right, because they get so punished for not doing it probably. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is that the way that you do it is you would stop incentivizing like only being like on being punctual, right? Is
Yep.
you would just you would penalize people. You would make it so that it would be per stop basically, right?
Yep.
And you would penalize people for leaving early, which is what they do in some places.
So 14th level ability.
Okay, 14th level ability. Mage of Bus Bloom. When you cast a spell using a spell
What?
slot.
What?
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 Plus
Mage of Bus Bloom, you know?
What? Oh, buses? Because we're talking about buses?
Yes, of buses.
All right.
When you cast a
Good
spell
joke.
using a spell slot that deals necrotic damage to any number of creatures that aren't undead or constructs, choose one of the creatures that took damage. You drain an amount of life energy equal to half the damage dealt to the chosen creature. One creature other than yourself that you can see within 30 feet of you regains a number of hit points equal to the life energy drained. And you can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
How's the damage chosen? This is better on a Warlock than it is on a Druid, I'll tell you. We have Circle of Death.
I mean, we have Circle of Death, but I'm pretty sure you can only choose one creature that took the
Choose
damage.
one creature. God damn it.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
well,
don't.
At least you have Finger of Death.
Okay, I will say this. It would be so extremely funny if it was not limited to one creature and you could just cast Circle of Death and full heal yourself.
Yeah.
Do you know what this ability? Do you know what that ability would remind me of? One of the Dark Knight abilities in Final Fantasy XIV is Abyssal Drain, which I think it's like 100 200 potency cure per target. So if you're eating a pack of mobs like in a dungeon and you just pop that thing, you go from like 10% HP to full.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That would be very fun.
At 13th level, you got Finger of Death, so this is
pretty. I mean, that can be pretty chunky, right? Like, how much damage?
Yeah.
Is it's like one something plus like 30.
I think it's 78 plus 30.
That sounds correct.
78.
Let me check.
D8 is 4.5. 28. So
It's 78
it's
plus
like,
30
It's about
next.
60 damage, right? And then you gain about 30
Probably.
HP. That's actually really substantial. That's pretty chunky.
That's not bad. It's 61.5-ish, I think. I'm not going to double check my math.
That makes sense to me. What level is Finger of Death?
7. So you get it at 13th level, 1 level before you get this feature.
Honestly,
So,
30
this is-
HP at 13th level, not bad.
It's not bad. And then even after that, you can Circle of Death. It's not going to be as effective as you said, but you're still healing from your spells that you probably would take anyway.
You probably still also have Overgrowth on, like... I mean...
I think Circle of Death is one of those things that if a Warlock isn't like a Warlock with like Fireball, they typically just have to take Circle of Death.
I think that's true. I mean, Circle of Death does have its uses because it's so much bigger.
It's so big!
It's fucking massive.
I love that spell so much. Every time I use it on you guys, I'm like, wait, this covers the whole map.
Right, the map is not big enough to accommodate this spell. The Circle of Death is really great because it kind of like fixes the fireball problem, where because the area is so much massively larger because of the way like circles and radiuses work. It feels not as bad to use, even though it's like a higher level spell slot than Fireball. And
You're like, how many creatures am I hitting?
Oh, I see.
All of them.
It fixes the flame strike problem. You mean?
Yes. Okay. It fixes the flame strike problem. Yes. It feels like
Shatter.
a worthy side grade.
You don't.
Even if you're casting with a higher level spell slot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's nice.
big. It's big enough that it's actually worth
It's
it.
big enough that
Exactly.
it's also like I think
can
it
be.
is one of the biggest AoEs in the game, bar like
Meteor Swarm.
like Firestorm and Meteor
yes.
Like
I suspect
the like
Firestorm.
mega
Yeah,
AoE spells.
It's bigger than Firestorm.
Yeah, I was gonna say Firestorm is
Oh, that's right. Firestorm actually isn't that big. You're right.
Nope.
Circles are
pretty wide.
fucking massive.
Yeah.
By raw area, Firestorm is smaller. Yes.
You know, Circle of Death might cover more area than Meteor Swarm, actually.
Oh, does it?
I'm not doing this math right now. No,
Okay, we're
no,
not.
no, we're
No,
not.
no, no.
We're not. No.
I'm
Don't do
looking it up.
No.
You'd have to do the math because it's four 40-foot. Oh, there's no fucking way.
40-foot radius, and there's 4 of them.
versus 160-foot radius.
Yeah, I think
Anyway.
that's a solved case.
Math.
So
Well, 30, so like a 15 to 30 HP heal when you deal a big
Okay,
damaging spell.
So
Not that great.
So conclusions about Witherbloom. I think that heal is really okay. So I think that the first level ability, you've kind of wrapped me around to it, Dan. I think it is quite effective up until about 5th level. And beyond that, it's just kind of a nice little bonus to have.
It's just a bonus, whatever.
However,
you're just gonna use it.
Yeah, I was like the 6th level ability is probably like the bread and butter of this class, and it's
not that.
It's
great,
flexible.
though.
It's not bad. I would even go as far as to say that this might be like balanced or good, right? I think it.
Yeah. And take into account this is a warlock with spells that most warlocks can't get. Revivified, Lesser Restoration.
It's a warlock. It's actually a
Restoration.
What is interesting about this is because of the Witherbloom brew, it's a warlock with non-spell utility.
It also
which is
having
important
blight
for a warlock.
Having blight, it's not a very good spell, but when you get Fortitude level, that's a spell to spam for heals. But okay, that's pretty minor. But that is funny.
That's pretty. Yeah. It's pretty
I don't believe the other warlock, the Celestial warlock, got Mass Cure Wounds, which is one of the few healing spells that's actually pretty effective.
Ooh.
That's true. That's true.
Mass Cure Wounds is a pretty solid spell.
Yeah, actually, very good heal. I would say
Like
one
how
of the
you
better
can hear
ones.
Tyler driving away.
How does Mass Cure and warlocks are I mean, upcasting only goes up to level 5, right?
Yeah, I was gonna
Yes.
say I think you're casting it at base level.
yeah, okay,
Yep.
that's fine. Whatever.
Always.
That's still
but
good.
what is it like?
Still good.
6 creatures,
3d8
3d8 plus spell
plus
casting
spellcast.
mod.
Charisma. Yeah.
In a 30-foot radius sphere anywhere
Yeah.
on
And
a point that you choose 60 feet from you.
And this doesn't have the revivify problem of of your sandbagging, because if you're casting this, you probably need to cast it. You know,
Mhm.
True.
like you can cast this before things are that bad, and it'll probably
I think a
win you a
warlock
fight.
is pretty happy to use Mass Cure Wounds. Yeah.
I think so too. And like
If it's needed.
again, like these Witherbloom brews are like their utility. They're a little annoying. Like I don't think you're ever really gonna use this toxifying one because it's one of your brews and it does 2d6 damage and then has to
Never
make a con
scales.
save against your spell save DC, and con saves are fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Or like con saves are not that strong rather, and then and if they fail that, they're poisoned. Like poisoned, good condition, but like meh. Most things are also like resistant or immune to being poisoned or poison damage. You're gonna be using these two, and it will depend. I think if you are the kind of person that really likes using your brain and like looking ahead into a fight,
Yeah. You're gonna be rewarded.
you will get some joy and use out of this. However, it also to me kind of feels like one of those things where this is how I always feel about anything that requires excess preparation, is just that a lot of times certain things in the game, especially in D&D, have these things that are like they really reward you for preparing for things, but then there are other things in the game that do similar things but you don't have to prepare for them. And so it feels like you're
Yeah.
putting in like more effort to get about the same efficacy, which is just like feels bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't think this is a bad subclass.
I don't think this is trash.
No.
Which is funny because I think for druids we thought it was like really trash, but I think because it rounds out some of the things that warlocks normally can't do, it gets some utility that makes it better for a warlock than for a druid.
This might be better than Archfey.
I think it's better than Archfey.
I was thinking B tier, you know?
I
funnily
was
enough.
also
so, too.
thinking B tier.
All right.
I was also thinking B too.
B for
Well, then.
Bloom.
That was
You do not have
easy.
a functional kitchen sink, but you do have a Zoom CT5. Congratulations. I love keyboards.
One thing I really love about these Strixhaven subclasses is it really lets us see that the same subclass is so different in power level based on the class it's given to.
Yes. I do like that.
This is the thing also, like, is that because of the way that like each class is designed and has different kind of like functionality. which is why I think I might have to brush up on what the fuck a base artificer can do.
Oh yeah.
Before we do that one.
We all have to.
Anyway,
For sure.
shall we go and move on to the Raven Queen?
Mm-hmm.
This is like a D&D like capital D capital ampersand capital D thing.
What?
The Raven Queen.
Sorry.
Do you guys not know what an ampersand is?
You're saying this
Cough.
is D&D TM.
This is D&D
You think
TMCR.
it's very flavored?
Yes, I know what a fucking ampersand is, though. Like, what are you on about?
So, it's because the Raven Queen is like a big D&D like deity.
I
A
got
mysterious being who rules the Shadowfell from a palace of ice deep within the Dread Realm. It's Forgotten Realms BS. Yes, correct. So yeah,
Raven
shall we read through it?
We
You get
shall.
an expanded spell list. The following spells are added to the Warlock spell list for you, so that means we're back to you can choose them if you want them.
Yes.
And you get False Life, Sanctuary. Wait, what's False Life is the... Oh, False Life is the one that's worse than Armor of Agathis, I think. Silence, Spiritual Weapon. Oh. Spiritual Weapon is pretty good for a Warlock, huh?
Yeah.
Very good.
Wait, yeah, that's incredibly good. Bonus action.
Feign Death, Speak with Dead. Ice Storm, Locate Creature to Commune. And then you get Cone of Cold. Woo! Cone of Cold, baby!
Oh, wait, that's a really nice spell list.
You will
Pretty solid. I don't think you'll be upset.
you will probably cast. Oh no, but you don't get these for free. That's right. You have to choose these. So you'll
Spiritual weapon scales.
Yeah.
Not very
it
well.
does.
But every
Scales
two
doesn't
levels,
matter.
every 2 level, it'll okay. But you only ever get it up to the value of a 4th level spiritual weapon, which is just 1d8 more.
So that's,
it turns from
that's
1
2d8 plus your spellcasting mod. So that's like, 14 extra damage per turn.
on a bonus action that you will likely not be
totally.
using otherwise. Yeah.
That's good.
I think you'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of your spells, but that's
It
probably
is a
worth
spell
it.
slot. Yeah.
It's not concentration, which is amazing.
Yes,
That's
correct.
the
It is
big
not
one.
concentration,
That's
but it
so
does
nice.
last for
Oh.
an amount of time, which is nice because it
Wonder-
frees you up for concentration spells.
It's
You
like
could
the
literally use your
dream.
2 spells on spiritual weapon plus a different concentration spell.
Yeah.
It'll just be-
God, can you
you'll be
imagine if you
loving
also
it.
got Spirit Guardians? You'd be like a budget cleric. Actually, no, you'd be better than a cleric because then you would pop those things and then you'd start Eldritch blasting.
Hell yeah! Hell
Oh my
yeah!
god, you're right.
Okay. At first level, you get Sentinel Raven, Warlock subclass. You mean Eldritch Bottom subclass? I do mean that.
All right then.
Yes.
We're
Starting at
just
first
gonna
level.
move on.
Starting at first level, you
Moving
gain the service of a
on.
spirit sent by the Raven Queen to watch over you. The spirit assumes the form and game statistics of a raven, and it always obeys your commands, which you can telepathically give while it is within 100 feet of you. While the raven is perched on your shoulder, you gain dark vision out with a range of 30 feet, and a bonus to your passive wisdom perception score and to wisdom perception checks. The bonus equals your charisma modifier. Oh, this is a class for Dan.
Wait.
Perception Warlock.
Perception Warlock.
While perched on your
Yay.
shoulder, the target can't be targeted by any attack or other harmful effect. Only you can cast spells on it. It can't take damage, and it is incapacitated. That's actually kind of nice.
Oh my god! I'm just thinking of just like mashing all the perception subclasses together
God.
into some devious perception monstrosity.
Okay, I was gonna say this is nice for that because it's a flat bonus. It's not saying
Yup.
your perception equals, right?
That's what I'm saying. It stacks.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
You can see through the raven's eyes and hear what it hears while it is 100 feet of you. In combat, you roll initiative for the raven and control how it acts. If it is slain by a creature, you gain advantage on all attacks against the killer for the next 24
Oh my
hours.
god! You're just gonna. Are you seriously just gonna yeet the raven in front of its attacks like kill me, kill me?
Wait, that's fucked.
That's funny.
I want to die. I
That's
want to
actually
die.
so funny. I mean, I think can ravens take the help action? I'm pretty sure any minion can take the help action, right?
Yeah. So this is like a fine familiar, but that'll give you advantage on one of your Eldritch Blasts.
Yes.
Well,
Really,
yes,
you
I
wanted
think
to
so.
you wanted to cause enough just be annoying enough that somebody decides to kill it, and then you can go, haha, you've activated my trap card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's true.
So the Raven does not require sleep. While it is within 100 feet of you, it can awaken you from sleep as a bonus action. Okay, so you have a your free Sentinel. The Raven vanishes when it dies if you die, or if the two of you are separated by more than 5 miles. So that means you can send it out to a distance of about 5 miles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you would do with that, because you can only communicate with it telepathically. Well, you can scout with it, I guess.
Scouting's nice.
Strap a Glyph of Warning with a fireball charge for when it gets killed for a spicy combo. I think the only problem with that is I think Glyph of Warning cannot be moved, which is the big problem, because I've actually thought about and tried to theorycraft like trap wizards that try to like lay traps, and the problem with it always is that Glyph of Warning can't be moved from like more than like 10 feet off of like where it starts.
Oh.
At 6th level, you gain the ability to merge with your Raven spirit. As a bonus action, when your Raven is perched on your shoulder, your body merges with your Raven's form. It can if you put it on a necklace. There's no way that's okay. What?
Wait, what?
Hold on, I'm gonna research this in another tab. Let's see. Your body merges with your Raven form. While merged, you become tiny. You replace your speed with the Raven's,
What?
and you can use your action only to dash, disengage, dodge, help, hide, or search. During this time, you gain the benefits of your Raven being perched on your shoulder. As an action, you and the Raven
So
return
you
to
can
normal.
scout.
Wait, there's no. Hold on.
That sounds
So
really
yes,
fun, actually.
you can scout. This is funny. This is a funny ability, because I assumed it would be like you gain the benefits of your Raven, but no, you become your Raven basically. Like you would think it
Yeah.
would be like your Raven assimilates into you and you gain wings or something. No, you are the bottom here. Okay, so for a Glyph of Warning, it says, if you choose an object, that object must remain in its place. If the object is moved more than 10 feet from where you cast this spell, the glyph is broken. I would rule that as that necklace doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
So, Baldur's Gate become Raven, yeah. At 10th level, you gain Protective Blessing, advantage on death saving throws, immunity to frightened, resistance to necrotic damage. Very eh. And at 14th level, you can channel the Raven Queen's power to slay a creature. You can cast Finger of Death after you cast the spell with this feature. You cannot do so again until you finish a long rest.
Sure.
Wow. I mean,
I
yeah,
guess. I don't think that's that strong, though.
it's not. It's very underwhelming for
You have
a
so many
capstone
spells.
ability.
Yeah, you have so many spells at this point that, like, one more is not that big of a deal.
It's another 7th level spell, to be fair.
That's true. And the
Which
level you get
wouldn't
it,
get, yeah.
the level you get it, that's your highest level spell. So that's twice as many.
It is. So that means you can cast Finger of Death with this feature, and then you can cast your 7th level Mystic whatever, which is probably Finger of Death.
Death, yeah.
Probably Finger of Death, yeah.
Double fisting time.
I don't
think it's that good, though.
I don't think that the features of this class are like that good, because really what you're doing is you are really good at scouting, which is like can be something depending on your game.
Yes.
You have higher perception, which is nice always. You have a sentinel that can watch over you while you're asleep, which is really nice. It means you don't have to set watch. But other than that,
you have very little combat prowess.
You have very
other than
little
your
combat
spell
prowess,
list.
except for the spell list and this capstone ability, which just give you spells, right?
And
you're kind of like a
Yeah.
basic bitch blaster warlock.
You
Because
are.
you do get Cone of Cold.
Now, how much do we value a basic bitch warlock with a bit of some niche features that also has spiritual weapon, silence, cone of cold?
I think those are such
pretty
good
strong.
spells is the thing.
I think spiritual weapon alone is like nuts.
I would so more easily readily play this over the Archfey patron.
Oh yeah, definitely.
yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
I
100%.
think it's better, but obviously it's been a week since we've looked at Archfey.
Is it better than Witherbloom, which we just recently looked at?
Is it better than Witherbloom? Boy, I think Witherbloom has more utility, but I think that
Doesn't Witherbloom get no extra spells?
well, it gets more extra spells, known but not.
It
Oh,
has
that's
to
right. It
learns-
gets the healing
Yes.
ones. That's right.
It does.
So
just completely
I
forgot.
feel like it's kind of, I feel like it's in the same ballpark, really, because they do different things, right? Like Mage of Witherbloom, you get access to a lot more utility that Warlocks don't normally have, whereas Raven Queen is just, you do the things that a Warlock does, but with access to better spells.
Spiritual weapon, when you get it, is while it's up, you're basically doing about double damage, and then at fifth level, it turns into a 50% more damage, and then by the time you get 3 Eldritch Blasts, it's bumped up a little bit, so it's still about like 40% extra. It's like 30%. I don't know. It's always.
I don't
decent
think you'll ever
DPS
really
increase.
stop casting Spiritual Weapon.
I agree.
Which is also funny because I think if you cast Spiritual Weapon as a patron of the Raven Queen, you might just be making another Raven, right? Like,
and I thought for a second,
of Ravens.
it's true. I thought for a second that like 30 foot would be bad, but it's actually 60 feet. Spiritual weapon's long enough that that's not even a problem. You can still do
Wow,
it
that's pretty
faster.
good. Like you're blasting probably at 60 feet.
Yep.
Yeah, and then can you walk away from your spiritual weapon and like it still attack?
Yeah, and it moves 30 feet or 20 feet per turn.
So the range, so the range of Spiritual Weapon is only for the casting.
Initial
After
cast.
that, you can move it anywhere you want.
So you can just have it like 120 feet away eventually.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it'll take a
Okay.
hot minute, but yeah.
I know,
Usually
but
only
no-
a turn or two.
Well, it moves 30 feet on its own. You move 30 feet back.
It moves
20 feet on its own.
Oh,
It's a
then
little
that's
slower.
111. That's 110 feet.
But yes,
on the first.
you can set it up and it will last a minute, and you can just kind of bonk with it while you blast. And as a
Very
Warlock, that is a very
nice.
easy thing to do for a very easy DPS increase. And
Pull
I
up-
agree.
yes, what am I pulling up?
I was gonna pull up the tier list again.
I think it's stronger than Mage of Witherbloom, just for that, to be honest.
I think it's probably true. Is it stronger than Kraken? What was
I don't-
Kraken about?
Kraken had a
Tentacles, but
DPS.
worse.
Oh, it was tentacles, but worse.
Let's see.
It had the 5-mile teleport that was
The 5-mile
jelly.
teleport was really funny.
Cracks
Oh,
me up.
Kraken tentacles didn't do damage, right? Could you look at it again?
Yes.
Yep.
They only grappled.
They were defensive, and it was up there because Call Lightning's pretty good. I don't know.
Call Lightning. I think this is better than Kraken.
I kind of agree. I think this might be an A tier class just because spiritual weapon and some utility.
I think so. It might be A tier on the merits of
Really?
the spell list.
Spiritual weapon, it puts it up. I put it up in A tier for the same reason Fiend is an A tier, for having a powerful spell that carries it.
So ironically, like Warlocks actually, in terms of their spell list, are a little bit lacking, even though they have,
they kind of are.
even though they have one of the best customizations level to level of any class. Their actual base spell list is just like you just kind of feel bad, right?
Yeah.
Because you're like a worse sorcerer.
Everyone just wishes they were a wizard.
Like, really think about that, right? Like, sorcerer's like, man, I wish I was a wizard. Warlock's like, I wish I was a sorcerer.
Sorcerer's like I can blast, but I have no utility. And then
Warlock's
other
like,
classes.
you guys get blasting?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, Warlocks are really, they're really like damage over time classes because they have such consistent damage. But they're not like burst blasters, whereas Fiend obviously is a burst blaster. I think Raven Queen, because it gets spiritual weapon, it takes that damage over time and it like cranks it up, which is already what a Warlock is good at. And I think that just
not as
pushes
much
it.
DPS as a Fathomless, not even. But Fathomless does it
pretty good.
without a spell slot.
which is why
it's still good.
it's in S tier.
Exactly. But I definitely think this is A tier like Fiend. If Fiend didn't have Fireball, it would be a C tier.
I actually think this class is
worse.
pretty cool because it gets a really good spell
Alright.
list and then also like some utility. I think
Yeah, I was thinking about that. How many
Pretty
warlocks on
balanced.
that list have utility? Like a
like
shockingly
one.
low amount.
like
yeah.
maybe 2.
I would
Yeah,
I would definitely play Raven Queen, and I would be very happy to just kind of my damaging is just Eldritch Blast and Spiritual Weapon. But then I get to have fun with just being.
But then you get to have fun
Raven.
with this Raven. It can perch on your shoulder.
Means-
You get
means that-
extra
this means that-
perception.
This means that Fireball equals is just as good as Spiritual Weapon, doesn't it?
Correct. Because Fireball, you will only ever get like 2 of those.
I'm,
as
I'm
a
gonna fucking-
warlock, the fireball stonks kind of weirdly go down.
I'm gonna
Exactly.
fucking
And the
clip
spiritual weapon stonks go up.
that. The spiritual weapons go way the fuck up.
Yeah, you want long haul efficiency out of a warlock.
Would
A
probably
warlock is like the hybrid car of cars, or the hybrid car of D&D classes.
I don't know where you're going for that, but sure.
They're just more efficient.
Oh, I see.
They have less in the tank, but they're more efficient. Anyway, Seeker Warlock. Your patron is an inscrutable being who travels the astral plane in search of knowledge and secrets. Cool. So your expanded spell list includes Featherfall, Jump, Levitate, Locate Object, Clairvoyance, Sending, Arcane Eye, Locate Creature, Legend Lore, and Pass Wall. Ugh. It's not the kind of utility you want in a warlock.
You don't get these, right? You have to fucking
have to
choose
take
these
'em.
because this is an old Unearthed Arcana.
Yeah, it's number 16.
These are the kind of spells that aren't even the ones that you'd be happy using just out of combat. It's like,
Not really.
when are you using Featherfall out of combat or like Levitate? It's like, you need to use those like in emergency situations, in which case you probably already used your spells.
I feel like there's
They're not worth putting on your list.
there's a class of game that for which these spells might be useful, but I would say that they're actually more specific than general. I think games that have like from pre-written adventures, for instance, that have like really hard laid out traps. Because I think this is the kind of thing you don't really encounter that spontaneously, unless your DM is like one of those people that like spends hours and hours finely tuning and crafting a dungeon full of hazards for your players. Whereas like Dan and I are just like, takes a shot of whiskey, let's fucking go!
You can
Trish
fight
is right.
anything, right?
Just is right that Levitate is pretty good in combat if they fail to
Levitate
save. But
is
aside
good,
from that,
not as a warlock.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Levitate is one of those spells other classes will be happy to have.
I actually kind of disagree. I think it
do you
is
think
pretty
this
good.
falls under the like Tasha's hideous laughter category?
Yeah, I think it is pretty good as a warlock solely because their spell list is lacking in other ways.
I guess so. It is a
I don't
concentration
know.
spell.
The instant you get Hypnotic Pattern, Levitate's obsolete, so this is
that's
useful
true.
from 3 to 4.
Oh no, this is better than Hypnotic Pattern in that you can attack them still.
You can't
And they
attack
can't
them
do anything
still.
back.
It is.
I
a
guess
con
on
save.
one monster. I
On the
guess.
one giant one, yeah.
But it's a con save,
it's
so
an-
if it's a big monster, they might
Yeah,
succeed.
con save is oof. Con save is always oof.
Levitate is a funny spell, though.
It's one of those spells where if they don't have ranged attacks and there's no ceiling, they're just dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you get Shielding Aura. You invoke the Seeker's power to protect you from harm. As a bonus action, you create a whirling aurora of brilliant energy that swirls around you. Until the end of your next turn, you gain resistance to all damage, and if a hostile creature ends its turn within 10 feet of you, it takes radiant damage equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. And once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Hey, that's really good, isn't it?
Oh
Oh, no, wait, it's until the end of your next turn. Never mind.
You get
It's
resistance to
one-
all damage. Creature. Warlock level.
This is basically
One-
this is basically an oh shit button.
I guess
This
so.
is not.
You get a third level fee. Oh, it's a new pact. I see. Oh.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just
Oh, we'll
gonna-
see.
okay.
Okay.
First level.
How depends on how metagamey the enemies are.
I guess so. Yeah.
If they end their turn next to you, so they have every opportunity to move. You
Oh,
could
that
probably
does suck.
you
Yeah.
You could engineer
Although-
something where they would get punished for moving. It is a area control ability, but
to be fair,
you can't guarantee the damage.
I think that's true, but I also think that I think you would get the damage if you're in a situation where you actually do have combatants approaching you. I feel like it's like a 70% chance that they're not gonna move out of the way. I don't think most GMs are gonna be that metagamey about it.
Oh, but they'd have to be next to you. That's right. This is an escape ability. That's what this is.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, this is okay. So this is actually
It's a-
not an escape ability.
It's a
This is
one-turn tank.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a brace ability.
We call that an escape ability if you know you're going to take opportunity attacks and you want to leave anyway.
Oh god.
But
yeah, I guess
Wait,
so. I
wait.
guess you could do that.
Oh, you wanna use a bonus action instead of this is just a bonus action disengage that you still get hit, but take half. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
I suppose.
I don't know.
it would be
I
the
guess
worst
so.
use case for
I
it.
think
I
okay.
don't know.
I think
I
you would-
think
Regardless, it is somewhat of an aggro control tool, just because like if they see that you're sparkling and full of dye juice, people aren't gonna want to approach you, which is kind of ideal as a warlock.
yeah, but how do they know that? Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
does
if they
the energy like are they smart enough to know that energy around them is going to hurt me? Because when they
Right.
walk up to you and hit you, they don't take damage.
exactly,
So
so
then
they would
have
end
no
their
reason
turn
to-
there.
They have no reason to walk away. They're not taking the damage. I think it would be super metagaming to have them actually walk away.
I think that's true. At least the first time it goes. The nice thing about this is that it does.
And you're only
last
doing it
until-
once.
It does
You're only
last
doing
until
it-
the end of your next turn, right?
Uh-huh.
So you do get two turns out of this.
No,
Oh, that means on your next turn you can fuck off.
what?
What do you mean?
Wait until
What
the
do
end
you mean,
of
no?
your next turn. So
Oh, not for the damage, for the
so,
resistance.
so if the so you know enemies are approaching you, and
No,
you're
no,
probably
hold
gonna
on.
get yeah
Both.
both yeah.
Until the end of your next turn, you gain resistance to all damage, and if a hostile creature ends its turn within 10 feet of you, it
Yes.
takes radiant damage equal to your
Yeah.
warlock level
So
plus charisma
Here,
modifier.
here's what happens. Like, you know enemies are about to run up to you and smack you. You activate this. Then, during their turn, they run up to you and smack you. You take a lot less damage, and they take a lot of damage, which is kind of pretty nice value. And then, at the start of your turn, you fuck off, because you still have your shitty disengage, because you're still resistant to all damage during this
Yeah.
turn.
And if they decide to chase you and end their turn within 10 feet of you, you still have resistance to your damage, and they take
No,
damage
well-
again.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, because your turn is ended by that point.
Your second turn is ended.
Yeah.
You'll only ever get to do the damage to an enemy once because they only
Yes.
take one. They only take one turn between your turn and the end of your
Yes,
next turn.
yeah.
Yeah, but,
So you will
that's
never-
still
yeah.
really good. Like there are definitely cases where the enemies are going to run up to you, especially early game.
Oh, yeah.
I think once you're in the later game, like if you really don't want to be in the front line, but
You really
even
don't.
in that case, sometimes those enemies are probably going to shoot some big AoEs at our casters and stuff. I might as well use this, and if they happen to do it this turn, you take half damage, which is good.
Also,
You're
like,
probably you're not getting the meleeers value, but whatever.
so thing to consider also is that like this is just universally like very good at first level because you basically are a barbarian for a turn.
Yep.
You're doing 6 damage if you have max charisma and 5 if not to every creature around you, and at first level anything you're facing realistically
One shots itself.
is gonna either take like 100% of its HP total or 50% at like minimum.
Yeah, I agree.
Like if a goblin approaches you and then tries to attack you with a shiv and it hits you for like 1 damage, it's gonna take 5 damage and die.
I just really, really wish this ability was a reaction
Yeah. Yeah.
on taking damage because
It would
you
be-
have to predict.
Yeah, that's the one problem that I see with this.
But if something does approach you, it is very usable. I'm in agreement
However,
there.
I think also
Once.
the thing is also
Once.
though, because you get resistance, I think it's a valid strategy to just run into the enemy for the first couple levels and just pop this.
Yeah.
I really think you can get away
True.
with that.
I
think-
agree, actually.
I actually 100% agree.
Level 1 through 4 especially.
Right.
Like, that's nuts, actually. They're all going to shred each other.
Okay.
Hold on. Do
Moon?
warlocks get?
And then the next turn you die. Fire shield, yeah.
No.
Fire
The
shield?
next turn you retreat. You've still got the resistance.
Oh no, is that just fiends? I think it's just fiends.
Oh,
it
don't.
doesn't tell me.
You're right. The
Don't-
next turn you retreat.
Don't
But-
encourage this kind of behavior, you two.
No, it's amazing.
It's only
the
fucking.
the fire shield.
Yeah.
Listen, there are
Thorns.
few things I love
Thorns.
more in the world than like weird
Ooh,
spike
ooh.
damage builds.
No. The best
Armor of
part-
Agathis.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
Armor of Agathis
There you
has
go.
Same brain cell.
amazing synergy with this because your resistance of the
Oh,
Timber
fuck.
HP lasts twice as
Oh
long.
my god.
This is a bonus action too. You can do both in the same turn. Oh
So you
baby, we're building it.
You put some bombs on yourself and you run in.
Oh no. Can you imagine the first couple times you pull this off on like a group of like unsuspecting bandits? You run in, you pop Armor of Agathis, and then you pop Shielding Aurora, and the bandits are like, "Look at this dumbass spellcaster! Get this sucker!" They go
Yeah.
in and they all fucking perish.
Yeah, and you're
Holy shit.
probably like holding a sword because you're like feigning you're about to like go stab him or something. And then nope, that's not what you're doing.
That's amazing.
That's hilarious.
Instant
this,
value.
this is like the most jank version of early game power. Like I'm being like
It
an early
really
game powerhouse.
is.
But like Armor of Agathis is a first level spell.
And it scales, and it's really good actually.
It scales hard.
It scales,
Let's-
and then also it scales even harder with resistance to all damage. Even
This is the first ability here. Should we move
No.
on to Pact of the Star Chain?
No, no, no.
We're going,
Armor of
we're going
Agathis.
particularly slowly today. I can't help but note.
Armor of Agathis is important. Armor
Listen.
of Agathis at 5th level.
listen, we're halfway
has-
through.
Yeah, we're fine. This is what me and Josh live for. Armor of Agathis at 5th level is 25 temper HP, which is effectively 50 temp HP if you're resistant. So you're gonna eat like a fuck ton of melee attacks.
You are so comparable to a barbarian for one turn.
And each time they touch you at 5th level, they are taking 25 cold damage, and they end your turn. Like you're at 9th level right now.
And
They take another
yep.
14 damage. So they hit themselves for 39 damage
That is
at
that is
9th level.
amazing.
9th level. 39
That is so
da-
achievable.
I love
So
it.
Pact of the Star Chain.
Okay, Pact of the Star Chain. You can choose this instead of one of the Warlock's existing Pact boon options. We haven't really talked about Pact boon options because they don't really have that much bearing on your subclass. It's just a Warlock thing, TMCR.
Yeah.
The Seeker grants you a chain forged from starlight. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. Decorated with 7 gleaming motes of brightness. Which is funny because the 7-star motif is this is a complete nerd thing. The 7-star motif is is Pleiades or otherwise the star cluster that is the logo of the Subaru.
Well done.
It's like a Greek mythology thing.
Oh, the yes.
The stars?
Yeah,
I
the
see.
Stars. The 7 stars. It's
One
like a
star
thing.
plus. Well, Super only has 6 stars.
I think I don't know
this-
I don't know what's going on with the Subaru logo, but it's referring to the same cluster of
Okay.
stars.
Is this the sisters that guard the tree?
I think so, something like that.
Anyway, we're sorry. Star Chain.
Star chain.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Anyway, while the chain is on your person, you know the augury spell and you can cast it as a ritual. It does not count against the number of your spells known. Additionally,
Nice.
you can invoke the Seeker's power to gain advantage on an intelligence check while you carry this item. Once you use this ability, you cannot use it again until you complete a short or long rest. If you lose your star chain, you can perform a 1-hour ceremony, etc., etc. I mean,
How much do you care about advantage on an intelligence check?
I was gonna say, like, I think it depends on the game. You as a warlock, you're probably not that spec'd into intelligence.
Are you even like
You're not really
like
the ape
warlocks?
monkey.
Warlocks currently have no reason mechanically to put any points in intelligence. The same, they have just as much incentive to put points into strength, really.
Pretty much, honestly.
But like with this, I guess you might just like put your highest dump stat in
I
your
don't know. You
intelligence.
might
What
just become
skills-
like the lore guy.
Yeah, what
Sure.
skills are int based? I guess anything with
Anything
History,
lore based,
knowledge.
basically.
Yeah.
History, Arcana,
Investigation, nature.
nature.
Mhm.
You would value this anywhere from 0 to slightly.
And
Yeah.
and the thing is that it doesn't
Sorry.
really matter because it's a packed boon option, right?
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
eat.
It doesn't eat a slot.
Yeah.
This is like actually
Um,
the ideal thing for a very low power level thing is like you can just choose it at third level.
really
if you
doesn't
feel
add-
like it.
The default tome people take is if they're not doing melee. I mean, Pact of the Tome. Yeah, Pact of the Tome, just more cantrips. And Pact of the Fiend
familiar.
is I have a familiar that helps me.
That's-
Usually people do the familiar.
Yeah.
Because it's
Even
a little
that's
bit more
kind of
fun
annoying.
than just cantrips.
Probably a little better.
This
It is better, it's just annoying.
Yeah, I think the familiar is better. You know, augury. I actually really like just having a feature that I can just spam. Augury,
Yeah, and I think that's not a
infinite
bad one to
auguries.
have for sure.
Just like hey guys, what should we do? I know. Let's spend 10 minutes reading the stars, and our answer will reveal itself. No, all right, fine.
The
The very next problem, star time, boys.
Personally, I think it
so
would be
fun.
even funnier if you were like a 12-year-old and your star chain was a yo-yo and you were like, "Hey, watch me do this for 10 minutes." Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
Oh, God.
Sure.
Anyway,
Spammable feature. Very fun.
it's a spammable feature. It's really not that much better or worse than like most of the other packed boons. The packed boons are kind of like a fairly low impacting normally.
Yeah.
I guess unless you choose to have an amp, but that's like
I mean,
guess
augury is a very low impact spell, but
it's a
Does
low
it-
impact spell, but it's usable.
Does it add more? Does it add much strength to the subclass? Probably not. But since it doesn't eat up a slot, it doesn't
It
hurt
doesn't
it
take
either.
anything away from it
So-
either,
It's
right?
fun.
It's just another option.
I think all the people who take this subclass would take this pack boom because hell yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Honestly, might as well just use augury if you can do it for free, right?
Yeah.
Warlocks don't even get ritual spells.
True.
All right, 6th
They don't
level,
get to spam
Astral Refuge. As an action, you disappear from the world for a brief moment and enter the astral plane, taking advantage of its timeless nature. While in your Astral Refuge, you can take 2 actions to cast spells that target only you. After using those 2
Oh.
actions, you return to the space you occupied and your turn ends. Whoa, okay, wait, hang on.
Whoa. Is this like time stop, but you don't get that lash spell on enemies?
Yeah, time stop, except it's just for buffing.
Wow.
Huh.
Greater magical resistance.
Now, real quick, what would you cast?
What
I'd have
buffs?
no
Yeah.
fucking clue.
What do you mean? What do you
Armor of Agathis.
Well, you would cast Armor of Agathis.
Armor
What
of
other
Agathis.
spell would you cast?
Armor of Agathis?
Armor of Agathis again.
Just for good
Fire
measure.
Shield.
Fuck if I know. Let me look at the spell list.
Yeah,
So,
what spells would you even
The
have?
thing about this is you can already do Armor of Agathis and then the bonus action, then run in. This lets you do Armor of Agathis and the bonus action plus one other thing and run in. What
Is
other
there
thing?
anything worth casting?
Long strider, so you can run faster.
So
and
you can
for
run
zugging?
more? Oh my
Yeah.
god. Let's see.
Uh,
Wow, this. Oh, there you go. Mirror image.
Mirror image.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but then but you want them to hit you, not the mirror images.
Man, we play Warlocks very differently. You and I.
Oh, mirror image, that's garbage.
No, that's true though. That's true though.
Oh, Shadow of Moil. Oh no, but then they won't be able to hit you as much.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
Oh,
garbage.
okay. We actually maybe should discuss Shadow of Moil, unfortunately, because yes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
here's the important bit, right? Flame-like shadows wreathe your body, causing it to become heavily obscured to others. Heavily obscured, I believe, imposes disadvantage on attack rolls
Wait,
against you.
this is like better fire shield. What the fuck?
Which is why I think this is effectively greater invisibility, and I think you might get it. Does Shadow of Moil give you advantage on others? I'm trying to remember.
Let's see.
You only so you become heavily obscured to others. I think if you're hidden, you have advantage,
Wait.
right?
Is
So
this just
shot-
better? Is this better greater invisibility?
That's what I'm saying. It will be because other than the fact that they know where you are, right? You can't take the hide action and hide probably like greater invisibility.
that's
But
true.
yes, Shadow of Moil, you are in a heavily obscured enemy, so they're effectively blinded. So you're an unseen attacker. Yes, so
and
that's what that
9
spell is.
and
A heavily
9
obscured
spike
area such as
damage.
darkness, opaque fog, or dense foliage blocks vision entirely. That's fucked.
Yeah, this spell's actually really good.
They're effectively blinded when they try to see something in that area.
So you
And
have
Armor of
advantage.
Agathis is not concentration, and this one is. So
Okay, then we got it, boys! Warlock tank! It's real! It's happening!
you get this feature at level 6, and Shadow of Moil comes online at level 7. So that's pretty good.
Oh, fuck.
Outside of the meme build of melee tank warlock, is there any value to be found in this? Is there any? I guess you can still cast Armor of Agathis. Are you happy spending an
Spells
action?
that only affect you.
You could cast Spirit Shroud?
No, it's concentration.
Oh.
Well, no, Armor of Agathis,
well, no, Armor of
is the
Agathis is
guarantee.
not.
We're talking about replacing Shadow of Moil with something else.
Why would you?
I mean, if you
guess
can't
anything
cast
besides
Shadow of Moil, 3rd level, Spirit Shroud.
Listen, I've never played at 6th level in my life, and I don't intend to start now.
Shadow of Moil sounds amazing, though.
Wait,
It is a
actually, hang
great
on.
spell.
Spirit Shroud. So Spirit Shroud is until the spell ends, any attack you make deals 1d8 extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you. 10 feet is pretty rough, except
But
for
stop.
it's just an extra 1d8 damage
In-
for every single Eldritch Blast bolt. That's like almost that's almost double your damage as a warlock, right? At 5th level, because you're doing. Wait, is
Yeah.
Eldritch Blast 1d10?
yes.
Okay, so slightly less because you're also not adding
your
your modifier, but
charisma?
it's like what, a 30-40% increase?
Wait, what are we talking about?
Spirit Shroud.
What about it?
It
I
does
haven't read the
1d8
spell.
extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet of you with an attack, any attack, which includes spell attacks.
Oh. And you could probably Eldritch Blast people in melee range of you if you're heavily obscured, right? Oh no, you have to be invisible. And you can't concentrate on that. So you have to put them in exactly 10 feet.
you would, or you would just take
Not-
that crossbow expert feat.
Crossbow expert, yeah, you might do
A
that.
classic.
Um,
Honestly, if you're in melee range all the time, you might want to take crossbow expert, right?
That's 4.5 extra damage for spiritual. So that's not bad.
Oh my god.
Actually, when this upcasts to 5th level, it goes up to 2d8, which is pretty
Ooh.
fucking nuts, actually. Do all
Yes.
warlocks get this?
Yes, all warlocks got this, and Tasha's.
Wow.
Huh.
Imagine the warlock that adds proficiency bonus to damage on each of their Eldritch Blast, like Hexblade, or the other one, plus 2d8.
You can really pump
Oh.
your damage, huh?
There's a
Mhm.
lot of things nowadays to make warlocks even more Eldritch Blast spammy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's
Well,
because they scale so well with instance of damage, right?
Yes.
And this one has the downside of it has the cost of you have to be close to people.
Yeah, you probably don't want to be in melee range as a warlock as much as you can do it, unless you for exactly one fucking turn when you have effectively double your hit points, and then after that, you need to get the fuck out of there.
by the time you actually have actions available to cast Eldritch Blast, the resistance is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at that point you're already in melee range, so you might as well start blasting, right?
I guess
Oh
so.
god, this whole class is bait. I love it.
It is actually. This is
It's-
a very much a bait class.
It's
but
so
there's a
bait,
lot of
but I would
things-
easily play this 100%.
We might have to evaluate it on not doing the jank.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Is I think we do.
What
We can evaluate it on both.
in the case of not doing the jank, you might literally just do mirror image as one of your.
I would say
buff
mirror
spells.
Yeah.
image, right? Do warlocks get
But would you
blur?
want to?
Not
Would you-
really.
Wait,
Really,
wait.
You
What?
get 2 spell slots.
Then, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
What about Blade Ward,
What?
Wait,
the cantrip?
wait,
Oh,
wait.
so you always get value. What does it actually do? Someone remind me.
Until the end of your next turn, you have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage dealt by weapon attacks. It's a one-action abjuration
Barbarian.
cantrip that is cast only self.
Okay, so this is the thing also, is that Astral Refuge you can just spam.
Yeah.
Really?
Infinite Blade Wards.
Okay, but what would you use your other spell for?
Yeah, like what?
And then every time every turn you're just Eldritch Astral
Okay,
Refuging.
I know
right?
we're kind of we kind of don't really want to evaluate it based on the meme value of this, but I think this really does have the beginnings of a Warlock tank.
Now, keep to mind that Astral Refuge, if you cast, you're not doing any damage that turn. You can't.
Yes.
So you have to get value out of that
attack.
second spell.
I think you would only be using Astral Refuge once your Armor of Agathis is out of juice, and you would use Astral Refuge to cast Blade Ward plus Armor
Wait,
of
is there-
Agathis.
Well, hold on. Is there another cantrip that reduces damage in some way?
I think so, maybe.
Hold on. I have the spell list open. Why did I?
I mean,
open
Blade
this?
Ward's pretty good synergy with Astral.
So
Refuge.
Blade Ward is obviously really good. Is there another self one?
I don't
Let's see.
think so.
Booming Blade, Friends, Lightning Lure. Oh, but that's a self 15 foot radius. Sword
No.
Burst, Thunderclap. So not really, unfortunately.
No.
Mm-mm.
It would be really God, imagine if you got something like Guidance. Although I guess you can only use that on ability checks. I don't know.
You're only getting value out of this if you actually have something worth self-buffing on that turn.
Yeah.
And in that case, you are just tacking on a
However-
Blade Ward or a different self-buff. So this is
However,
still niche.
that being said, though, it's really good efficiency for when you're out of shielding Aurora, right? Because if you still have spell slots in the tank, you can just pop this and then just rebuff, right? Armor of Agathis, Blade Ward, you just pop back in.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
There are actually also other spells that fit the Astral Refuge requirement that you might want to cast anyway. I know you don't have Spiritual Guardians, but if you had Spiritual Guardians, for instance, that's a self-cast spell.
Yes, that would be super nuts.
There might be some other spells we're not thinking of that fit that really well.
Yeah.
You do only get to do this twice, effectively,
True.
Really? Why?
because you only have 2 spell slots.
Yes. So, I don't know. Your first turn, you're probably just Astral whatevers to get yourself all tanky and get some nice concentration spell up. And then later, at another point, you can just do it again.
Yep.
And that's good. That's pretty good.
Fine
This is
value.
probably, honestly, a crossbow expert spammer. And you
think so.
literally you can get so much value if you can just bait enemies to attack you.
I
And
honestly
if enemies
think...
aren't attacking you, sure, that's fine. Then you're just hitting them with Eldritch Blast for free.
I was gonna say, I think this is like the one case where you are a Warlock and you can be in melee range. You're just not meleeing.
If shielding Aurora could be used more than once per combat.
Yeah,
maybe
I
would.
worry that if you do that after that one turn, you are liable to be hurt. I do think it's a little bit bait, but I guess it's not the worst bait. You're gonna have terrible AC because you have nothing that helps you there, right? Literally
You
nothing.
can take the Mage Armor invocation.
You could either take Mage Armor, or you could just be a dwarf.
That's true. Just be a dwarf.
Like
Definitely easier.
medium armor goes a long way.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
We still all right. 14th level. Maybe this one helps us.
The 10th
Okay.
level one sucks. I don't even know if we
Yeah.
talked about
Oh wait, yeah, I forgot about the 10th
Sucks
level.
ass. No
Let's
one
just-
need to breathe. Resistant to fire and cold damage. Like, fire is obviously like the most common
It's
damage.
okay. It
type,
doesn't
but,
suck
like,
ass, but it's boring and not
It's
that
just
high and powerful.
really not interesting.
It's resistances. Resistances are kind of and then it's 10th level, so it's
Yeah,
kind of.
I mean, if you're
At least-
fighting
at
like
least they're
4 guys with
common.
flame tongues,
Yeah.
maybe.
you'll get value out of it, but you won't be thrilled.
You gain the ability at 14th level to sequester yourself and allies on the astral plane. By performing a special ritual over the course of 5 minutes, you shift yourself and up to 10 willing creatures you can see to the astral plane. You and those creatures gain the benefits of a short rest while sequestered on the astral plane. You then return to the spaces you all occupied when you use this ability with no time having passed in the world. During the short rest, you and the creatures you sequester can make use of any options available during a rest that affect only you and the creatures you sequester. Once you use this ability, you cannot use it again until you complete a long rest. This is a really interesting ability that is not, like, the highest impact, but, like, maybe in some games.
This is 5 minutes safe short rest.
Correct.
It's a little late.
It's a little
14th
late.
level.
It's a little late for a 14th level ability.
I'm pretty.
and
You have so many at 14th level. Like, are you ever worried about being in danger on a rest?
I mean,
don't
depends on the
know.
campaign, but rare. Oh yeah, good question,
But
Josh.
also, like, what does Catnap do, right? It's a 3rd level spell. You, and then you get to you get
10-minute short
benefits of
rest.
it over 10 minutes. So you and up to 3 willing creatures. So it's not that many.
It's a slightly better catnap, which we is not very good.
Yeah, I don't know. This is so
It's kind of a shitty 14th level feature.
Yeah.
not an amazing one.
All right,
We're hydrating.
we are.
Man,
Thanks, Tyler.
This is a warlock that really falls off late game.
Yeah, but I think that's also fine. I mean, like,
This thing caps out at like level 7.
again, 6 to 9 is 6 to 9
Oh,
is
no.
your general band anyway.
I literally just drank the last of my water, you bastard.
Get fucked.
Like 2 seconds before you hydrate.
I need to start making more ice so I can start filling my water bottle with nice ice again.
I missed that ice. Yeah, yeah.
I'll work on that today. Anyway,
Like,
yeah. I would really not want to play this in a long campaign.
oh god, no.
However,
All right,
up to level like 9 would be great.
it would. Let's maybe. Where would you put it? Actually,
I don't know.
yeah. How
I
great
really
do you think
don't
it is?
know. I have
see.
no idea.
I don't think it's S tier.
It's not S tier.
It is somewhere between S and B.
Yes.
Is it C? I think it's probably not C.
I don't think it's a
Right.
C tier class.
I'm
But I
actually
think-
upset because I was very prepared to rate it for C, and then you went off on like a 15-minute Armor of Agathis tangent that has unfortunately convinced me it's higher. And I'm actually upset about that. Like,
Oh, I mean it does like one thing.
it does something that I think is bait and bad for 90% of warlocks, and I think is bait and bad in many situations that you would play this, but maybe you could make it work. But it's like you've only got the 1 or 2 turns, right? You've got the self buff turn, and then you've got the resistance turn, and that's.
But also, most combats only last 3 to 4 turns.
Yes, they do.
So that's like a 50% uptime.
I'm willing to bet that yeah. Oh. Does it get any spells?
That's a good question.
It gets
Not really.
levitate. That's right. It got levitate if you so choose.
You're not gonna take any of these because you're just gonna
Oh,
you're
that's
just
right, you're
gonna cast
self-buff
buff
warlock.
spells.
What the fuck is this? Put it wherever. Like honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how to
I
rate
would
this.
have to wait for Dan to get back to properly rate
Yeah.
it, but I personally think that it is probably gonna fall into B.
I'm looking at B as well, and then I'm waiting here for Dan to return.
It'd be like
and
this is an S tier class.
somehow persuade me that this is better than Fiend and Celestial and belongs at the top of A. And I'm gonna be really mad if that happens.
I'll be on board if such a thing happens. I will defer to Dan's frenzy.
How long does it take to get water?
I don't know how much water is Dan getting.
You know,
you don't know
probably
how
a
much
lot.
he's filling up.
He probably has like the largest water bottle.
I really hope he has like 2 of those like gallon chug water bottles.
Oh. It can't be, right?
Is
What
Dan
did
back?
Mage of
I'm back.
All right,
Dan,
Dan.
what do you think?
Dan,
What?
where we've
Jesus
already
Christ.
welcome. First of all, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your water break. We have discussed some things,
Water
but we would
acquired.
like to know,
Okay.
where do you think this class lies on the tier list?
Let me take a look. Seeker. Let's see. I think this is worse than Kraken and Witherbloom, to be honest. I think it's probably C tier.
Ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
Sean and I thought B tier.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Kraken provides more. Because this thing just
Do you
falls
think-
off.
Do you think this is better than Archfey?
Yes.
Do you think this is a tier better than Archfey?
No. But you're welcome to disagree.
I was afraid that you were gonna somehow convince me this was A tier. I was really afraid you were gonna return and somehow sell me on the A tier. So I'm very relieved.
as much as I love the jank shenanigans, the sad reality is a warlock is typically best just sitting in the back like a coward Eldritch Blast.
Yes, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I know it hurt to say that, but I'm in agreement.
I think
Is it? Oh,
I think this might be better than Archfey.
I mean, it is.
oh, it's definitely better than Archfey.
I think it might be a tier better than Archfey.
You think it's a tier
I
better?
think
All
it's
right.
I think it's probably at the bottom of B.
Well,
IMO.
or you could just dump Archfey down to D.
Ooh, yeah, that probably is what's happening.
Can we look at Archfey again?
Yeah,
Yes.
let's glance at Archfey.
So Archfey is as an action, 10-foot cube originating from you, wisdom save against your warlock spell save DC, or be charmed or frightened, your choice, until the end of your next turn. You can do that once per short or long rest.
I remember
Misty
the
Escape.
thing. I remember the thing we loved about Archfey was great invisibility, but if they can just get the other one, what if
Shadow of Moil.
Shadow of Moil.
Isn't that just obsolete? Kinda.
Yes.
Kind of, yes. Yes, it is,
So
actually.
that's like that was kind of their best thing.
All warlocks do get Shadow of Moil.
You are immune to being charmed when another creature attempts to charm you. Yeah, this sucks. I think this is a D tier class.
I'm down. That would be
Misty
something
Misty
indeed.
Escape is very good, but that's kind of all they really have.
Oh, that's
Misty
right. they did
Escape
have
is
Misty
good,
Escape.
but like the thing about Misty Escape also is that like it's fairly comparable to the other one.
Would you rather do useful things or be unuseful and have one escape?
Right, exactly.
I think I would put them both in C tier, but I'm down for Archfey and D.
I think Archfey's D. Seeker can
Archfey's D
spam
no matter
Augury.
Sure.
Seeker could spam Augury.
Only if they choose that pact.
If they
Which they
want
will.
it, they probably will take it, honestly. Anyway, Genie Warlock.
Oh
So you
boy.
get to choose your patron's kind, which is earth, air, fire, water, and their sort of accompanying genies. You get the expanded spell list.
excuse me.
You choose
this
from an
was-
expanded warlock spell list, which depends on which type of genie you choose.
Oh my.
This is annoying.
Fireball? Fireball?
So you can take detect. I think the general ones are detect evil and good, phantasmal force, create food and water, phantasmal killer, creation, and that 9th level you get wish, which is just.
Oh,
I
wow.
mean,
Yep.
that just
That's
kind of
hilarious.
cranks your warlock up.
Well, only at late game.
It is only
in
late game,
very
but let
late
me tell you, it fucking fixes Warlock at 17th level. Oh my
Yeah, I bet
god.
it does.
That's so nice.
So-
These are options to choose,
Yes,
or you get them.
can. So
They're
you
options.
you get all the genie ones, I believe, and then you get to choose Dao spells, genie spells,
No.
Afridi, or Marid.
No, you also have to choose the genie spells. You don't get them.
No, but that's what I'm talking
That's
about.
what they said.
I'm
yeah.
saying that the
No, you
expanded
said
spell
you
list.
get all.
Okay,
Oh,
You said
yes.
you get all the genie spells.
You get all the
I
genie
want
spells
them.
as options in your expanded spell
Yes.
list.
Okay.
That is an
Well,
important
clarity.
point. That is
Very
an
good
important
clarity.
point of clarification. Yes, and I
Yeah.
wanted to make
And
sure.
these-
It's a
and
pretty
these
big.
spell
it's
lists-
it's a pretty big power difference to get them as opposed to have the option.
Yes,
of
and
them.
the spell lists expand further depending on which type of genie you choose.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
You can get Sanctuary, Spike Growth, Meld into Stone, Stone Shape, Wall of Stone, or Thunderwave, Gust of Wind, Wind Wall, Greater Invisibility, Seeming, or Burning Hand, Scorching Ray, Fireball,
When can you
Fire
switch?
Shield,
Yes,
Flame
good.
Strike. Why do you get Flame Strike?
Well, because
What's
it
the
has fire in
fucking
its name.
point?
What
It
other?
has flame in its name.
Yeah. What other spell would you take that has flamey at level
I don't know.
the 5th level?
I don't
Plus,
know,
they're
I
the,
guess.
Wall of
they can't
fire. Wait, is
That's
that wall of
fourth
fire? Fourth level, yeah.
That's fourth level.
Or you get Fog Cloud, Blur, Sleet Storm, Control Water, and Cone of Cold. That's actually also kind of
Yeah.
compelling.
Before we can evaluate these, when do you choose what Afridi you are, or what genie you are,
At
and
first
can you
level.
swap it? Can
At
you swap
birth.
it ever?
I don't
birth,
think
and I
you can
think no.
swap it.
Okay, so that makes your first level choice not matter so much because you're really gonna look late game.
Correct.
Yes.
Honestly, I think the standout here is most likely going to be Afridi for Fireball.
You're taking
Cone of
Fireball.
Cold.
Or Cone of Cold.
If you're patient, you can take Marid to eventually get Cone of Cold, which, I mean, that is if you're patient. That's 4 levels later. I think the best first level spell here is Thunder Wave, but it's not worth it because the rest of their list is pretty ass.
Hello, Brandon. Yes, I think that's true.
The first list. Oh, can you scroll up a little bit further?
Oops, sorry.
Dao is terrible. Burning Hands is useful from level 1 to 2. Scorching Ray is kind of I don't know. A lot of these spells are not really that exciting.
They're good wizard spells. They're not good
I
warlocks.
would literally, I
Exactly.
literally think it's between Afridi and Marid because like Marid has a little bit of fun stuff, but they're not that great, and they get Cone Cold, and Afridi gets Fireball.
Hydrating. Yeah, you'll probably take that. You might take the other one.
Hello, Uldril. Scorching Ray is good.
I
interaction
wish
with
these
Hex.
lists were more interesting.
I mean, Scorching Ray does have good interaction with Hex. We haven't really talked about Hex.
Yeah, you know what
but
else has a good interaction with
Hex
Hex?
Eldritch Blast. Hex past, I think, like 6th or 7th level is like bait though.
And you cannot cast Hex and Scorching Ray in the same turn.
Yeah, it's a 2-turn setup. So probably you're gonna pick Afridi though, no matter what. I mean, Fireball is just so compelling.
One of those.
8 out of 10 times.
Also, especially
Anyway.
for a Warlock. Like, what are you gonna do with Wind Wall?
Well, you
Nothing.
wouldn't take that. That's why you wouldn't, because you wouldn't get
Yeah.
it.
The
Anyway,
magic
You
weapon
wouldn't
into
take
Hex,
you wouldn't take any of those except for Thunder Wave at first level.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
j-
I mean, what as a Warlock, what are you doing with Sanctuary? Nothing. You have no utility to speak. I mean, I guess you could cast on somebody else. Hydrate.
Yeah. Oh,
So
again?
Genie's
Jeez.
vessel.
So Genie's Vessel, you choose whether you want oil lamp, urn, ring with a compartment, stoppered bottle, hollow statue.
It's your
or an
spellcasting
ornament.
focus.
It's a tiny object. Yes.
It can be anything, I think, right?
That's your spellcasting focus. And the
It's just
I
a
had a
magic
thermos.
vessel.
thermos. You're breaking the rules here.
You can decide what the object is, or you can determine it by randomly rolling. On the
Yeah,
vessel table.
I see.
Be a sorcerer, take magic, adept, take hex, and Eldritch Blast. Be a bear warlock.
I mean, I've seen the sorcerer Eldritch Blast thing
Build.
theorized a lot, but I don't know. I don't know if I think it's that good, honestly.
I mean, I guess like, I don't know. I think it would depend probably, because like the thing is that warlocks, the reason that warlocks get so much value out of Eldritch Blast, even apart from Eldritch Blast being one of the best like cantrips, is because they get that agonizing blast damage, and that makes up a
Yeah,
majority of the
well,
damage you're doing.
You'd have to take the 2 levels of Warlock to get the invocation for Agonizing Blast.
Isn't
in
there
that
a
sorcerer?
There's also a feat that gives you invocations, isn't there?
Oh, but
Do you
that
have to be a
one's-
warlock to take that invocation?
I've kind of
If there's
suspect
a-
not.
if there's a
Didn't
if
they add
there's a
something in
feat, yeah.
Tasha's? It doesn't really matter because we're rating warlocks right now, but I thought there was a.
Hexblade 1 is best dip for anything that you want to do with that.
yeah, Hexblade is fucking nuts.
Mhm.
Okay, if that feat lets anybody take
I mean, yeah, if anybody can take
an
Agonizing
invocation?
Blast, then like, yeah,
then
obviously.
they probably weren't thinking when they made that feat, but that's pretty funny.
You think
That's
Wizards of the
nuts,
Coast
then,
thinks when they design things?
You know, Hexblade is one of those things where
Eldritch?
It's obviously the best. It's obviously the best multi-class on almost anything.
Eldritch Adept feat. You have studied the occult lore. You learn one Eldritch Invocation option of your choice from the Warlock class. Yes, any
Wow.
spellcaster can take that feat.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
true.
but then you'd have to take Magic Adept also, so that's 2 feats you're sinking into this.
Correct.
And if you're playing into a normal game, at best you're a variant human, and then you get it at level 4.
It's funny that you
Warforged
can.
Paladin, Warlock, you call her the multi-class Padlock. My God.
God.
What key unlocks the padlock?
What?
What, you open a padlock with a key? You
So
know, click,
lost here.
Anyway, Bottled Respite. As an action, you can magically vanish and enter your vessel, which remains in the space you left. The interior of the vessel is an extra-dimensional space in the shape of a 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high, and resembles your vessel. The interior is appointed with cushions and low tables, and is a comfortable temperature. While inside, you can hear the area around your vessel as if you were in its space. You can remain inside the vessel up to a number of hours equal to twice your proficiency bonus. You exit the vessel early if you use a bonus action to leave, if you die, or if the vessel is destroyed. When you exit the vessel, you appear in an unoccupied space closest to it. Any objects left in the vessel remain there until carried out. And if the vessel is destroyed, every object stored there harmlessly appears in the unoccupied space close to the vessel's former space. Once you enter the vessel, you can't enter again until you finish a long rest. They so none. You know what? That's fair. Genie's Wrath. Once during each of your turns, when you hit with an attack roll, you can deal extra damage to the target equal to your proficiency bonus. The type of this damage is determined by your patron. Bludgeoning, Dow, Thunder, Genie, Fire, Ifriti, or Cold Merid. So you can do extra damage once.
And
per
the
turn.
vessel's AC equals your spell save DC. Yada yada. It has hit points.
Warlock level plus proficiency
And you
bonus, immune to poison and psychic damage. Can you imagine if it was not immune to psychic damage? That would be extremely funny.
I actually give them a lot of credit for at least thinking about that, because I straight up would not have if I were designing this, and then it wouldn't. I just like, damn it.
No.
It'd be like,
Yeah,
so
that's
fucking funny.
good.
that would be
good catch
such
there,
a it was like you
Um,
hurt the bottle's feelings.
Oh god. And then you can get it back if you lose it for some reason.
1 hour ceremony. So bottled respite. When you get to 10th level, when your proficiency bonus is 4, you can just take a long rest in there, can't you?
Yes. I believe so. You can...
What's funny is that means that you can infinitely chain it at that point, because it's once you enter, not once you exit.
Ah, you're right. You can just stay inside forever, almost. I mean, like, assuming that no one goes and investigates your fucking bottle while it's out there.
Who would do such a thing?
I fucking loved this class. It was so
This is
fun.
a very funny ability.
Oh, it's so fun.
This is it's like a weird janky version of the Twilight Cleric's like safe respite or whatever.
Yeah, it's
But
it
only at
absolutely
10th
is.
level.
Well, I mean,
you can take a short rest in here, no problem, whenever you want. First
yeah,
level.
exactly. We got use out of this by having like one person carry it and everyone else was inside it a couple times.
Yes,
So
there's so much weird
It's very
utility.
neat.
it's incredibly niche, but it's so fun.
Who needs Tasha's or who needs the Liamon's tiny hut?
Liam inside.
Yeah.
This is a tiny hut you can move. In fact, this is a tiny hut that you can use to infiltrate. Does the bottle weigh more with you inside? I don't think it does.
No.
Because it's basically like a bag of holding or something.
Yeah, it's yeah, I always took it to mean it does not, and it wouldn't make sense for it to, in my opinion. So
You
yeah,
can have,
we
you can
did
have
that.
rogues carry this. You can use it to infiltrate into places. Like there's a lot. You can Trojan horse your way into like anything really. Like
Yeah, I love that.
there's actually a shocking amount of like out of combat utility you can use this bottle for.
Oh, it's yeah. And then
And we
you
did.
also have and we did. Yes, we did. And then Genie's Wrath is extra damage.
It's
Proficiency
free
bonus once per
damage.
turn. It's cute.
Honestly,
It's not
the bottle is the important part of this first level
Need
feature.
bottom. Need bottom.
It is. We're gonna have to rate it based on that.
Weird.
But like Genie's Wrath, is this infinite uses?
Yes.
So that's free damage.
It's free damage.
At this level,
doesn't
you only
s-
have 2 Eldritch Blasts, right?
Yeah.
So,
So you get this
one.
at first level. So you get
oh, it's a first
one
level
Eldritch
feature. Oh,
Blast.
okay. Wow,
And
I mean
it's
that's
equal to your
that's-
proficiency bonus. So it's just 2 extra damage,
Oh,
which is
okay.
actually kind of nice.
Yeah.
You
and
you
it scales
you'll take
slightly.
it. It's between 2 and 6 extra damage per turn, which is not very impactful, but you will
Yeah.
accept
It gets
This is-
it scales, but it's less than your Eldritch Blast scale, so it actually gets weaker and weaker. Like
That's funny. This is
over
actually
time.
also a funny point, which is that because you can leave the vessel early as a bonus action, you can do it in combat.
That's true. You
Mhm.
could
For
literally
whatever
just
reason.
like pocket party, yeet.
Summon your friends.
Okay.
Exactly.
At 6th level, you begin to take on characteristics of your patron's kind. You now have resistance to a damage type determined by your patron's kind: bludgeoning, thunder, fire, or cold. So it's probably fire, which is
It's
fine.
probably fire.
In
be
addition,
cold.
as a bonus action, you can give yourself
Yeah.
a flying speed of 30 feet that lasts for 10 minutes,
So
during which
fucking good.
you can
yes.
hover. You can use
That's
this
right.
bonus action number of times equal to your
Oh my God.
proficiency bonus, and you gain all expended uses on a long
Misty
rest.
Escape, eat your heart
This
out.
is
Just-
so good at such a low level.
You know how many sorcerers did we count that got 14th level flight and 10th
There were
level
like
flight?
4 of them.
I think there was more than that actually.
There might have been more actually. It was
Like-
it was like the de facto 14th level ability.
was like half
almost
of the
every sorcerer
sorcerers.
got flying. Yeah.
Yes.
But they get it so late. This is 6th level.
Yep. You
6th
straight
level
up
is
just
so good, and you have so many of them.
yeah. You can use it multiple
Yeah.
times. Like you
Three-
3 minimum.
3 times is like enough to have every combat in a day, and then also 1 for utility.
Yes.
Yeah.
How long does it last? Is it 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good.
It's hard to understate how powerful flight is early game at just being immune to damage.
Yes.
And which is why Adventures League bans flying creatures, because it's just too overpowered.
That's so funny.
Races, flying races to
Flying
be
races,
specific.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is a really powerful feature.
Yeah, it's because like the thing is that creatures that like most monsters in the game don't tend to have ranged attacks unless it's like throw rock, right? And some creatures which do have ranged attacks have AoE attacks, so you want to be hitting parties with it. You don't want to fucking target one
Yeah.
flying creature.
Mhm.
That's
It's
efficiency
actually
for you.
like it's like positioning a boss properly in an MMO, where like in Final Fantasy 14 you just like aggro a boss and you just drag it to the corner so that all of the AoEs go like out of the arena. Except now you have added another dimension to which you can do that, which is up.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, this is really really good.
Yeah. So, hard to understate how good 6th level flight is, because it's not even just like Misty Escape. It's like you become functionally immune to most damage. For
Most
a
creatures
really
in the
long
monster
time.
manual, actually.
Yeah. Like what are you gonna do? Get hit by like a bandit with a short bow? Cool.
Oh no. My 1d6 plus dex damage I took.
It's like 1d6 plus like 2. Or like maybe
Yeah.
1 actually for a bandit in the
Yeah.
book.
They're much
So
less
what
scary.
about Sanctuary Vessel?
Okay, you can now choose up to 5 willing creatures that you can see within 30 feet of you, and the chosen creatures are drawn to the vessel with you. Oh, so you can't bring
I
friends
actually
until
forgot.
10th level.
Yeah, I actually forgot about that. It's literally
Oh,
only
that's
you
a
in the
little
early
late.
levels. Okay, yeah.
That's
no.
that's a little hard. Yeah, that's right.
So
we
we
spent a
can-
long time just like, carry me. Why?
I completely forgot. Yeah.
So we can downgrade the first level power
Yes.
level
Yes.
a little
Yeah,
bit.
significantly.
because it takes quite a long time to get your friends inside.
So first level, what this is you can go in there and you can bring all your shit with you, and that's kind of about it.
And what's the point?
Bag of holding.
I was like, it's like a bag of holding in like a smaller bag
Sure.
of holding.
Once per long
Free
rest.
bag of holding.
Right? I mean, how many
Ones
games have you
that
been
you
in
can
where you're like,
access.
I want a bag of holding so bad?
that you can only access once per long
God.
rest.
This class is actually pretty weak level 1.
It's like
Yeah.
burying nuts for the winter. You're like, I'll come back to this later.
Yeah, no, I agree.
What's funny is like hold on. I think if we look at where's Warlocks? Did I have God no. No. I don't have the Warlock page open anymore. Oh, I do. Okay. You get +4 at level 9, which means you can take a long rest in your vessel 1 level before everybody else can join you. Anyway, I just thought that was funny.
That is
funny.
Let's see.
But
you
so
can
all
eject
that
any
stuff
number
we
of
talked about at first level, now
creatures.
just imagine we talked about it here.
Yes. In
Yeah,
addition, anyone,
right.
including you, remains within the vessel for at least 10 minutes gains the benefits of finishing a short rest. Oh, okay. You get faster short rests. And you get proficiency bonus to the number of hit points they regain if they spend any hit dice. What is this Song of Rest? I think this might be better than Song of Rest, actually. Wait, does Song of Rest scale? I think technically, right?
No, I
No.
don't think so. I didn't think it did. I thought it was Bardic Inspiration die.
Song of Rest.
Oh, I guess that does mean it scales.
Song of Rest. Yeah, it goes up. It goes up at 9th level, 13th level, 17th level.
So
From 1d8 to it goes from
1d8 at
1d6 to
9th
1d8.
level is much worse than just taking 4, I think.
Is it? It's
No, I guess it's about the
1d8
same.
On
You're right.
average is 4.5. It's about the same.
4.5, it's better, but I mean,
Does it matter?
variability- I guess it doesn't matter.
Like
The point is,
Song of Rest is not a strong feature.
this.
No, it's
this
really
is,
not.
This feature is good. It's a little late at 10th, but it's fine.
Okay, at 14th level, you gain Limited Wish, which, as an action, you can speak your desire to your genie's vessel, requesting the effect of one spell that is 6th level or lower and has a casting time of 1 action, can be taken from any class of spell list, and if you don't meet the requirements, including costing components, the spell simply takes effect as part of this action. You don't need to meet the requirements, including costly components. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again, so you finish 1d4 long rest. This is really good, isn't it?
It's really good, but that last bit just like hurt me.
1d4 long rest. Yeah,
1d4 long
it's
rests.
so that's a tough one because like it's so finicky. You're like, how many rests has it been? I don't even remember.
I used this feature like twice when I played this class because I was always waiting for the perfect time to use this feature, and it turns out the answer to that is you should really just use it on cooldown.
should
I
just
think
spam
you should just spam it on cooldown. What
think
kinds
that's a
of
fault
things
with
can you
me more
cast? Like,
than-
what did you cast with this?
I don't fucking remember. That's the thing. I mean, anything 6th level or lower of any spell in the game gives you a lot of fucking options. Any resurrection spells that cost components you get to ignore, but we didn't actually have to do that in that campaign.
So it doesn't mention
I'm
it
pretty
being
sure-
a warlock spell for you during the cast. You could cast it, but the save might be like an 8. I think the thing about
pretty
that
sure
is,
It doesn't work that way. I don't think so.
so
I hope they would take that into account.
I'm pretty
not
sure it still uses
certain.
your spell save DC. If you cast it,
It has to, because otherwise what DC would it use? Because like if I cast a spell from the wizard list, do I get the but it's also on the sorcerer list, do I get to choose what that it's charisma based? Like I'm sure it's warlock solely.
it has
seems
to
like-
be just your DC.
So-
Spells
it
don't
seems-
have an implicit
This seems
DC
like
tied to them.
kind of an oversight, but I also think it is it's basically working off of the wish rules for the game.
Yeah, because Wish does it the same thing. Yeah.
Which does that, yeah. I would also say that in most cases, I don't really think you're going to cast that many spells that require saving throws with this. Like, obviously, 6th level spells, you know, you can cast, like, Cone of Cold or something, right? But I think in general, you're probably going to be using this more for, like, anything that requires, like, material components, right? Like,
Emergency stuff as well, like a heal.
emergency
gonna
revivify
say.
or whatever, right?
No, I'm with Dan. Emergency heal is actually pretty good.
Yeah, heal is a good one.
Mhm. Mask your wounds. But like, I mean, there's plenty of things. There's plenty of choices. It's just up to your creativity to do it.
That's why it's such a difficult, because it's really powerful, but because it's 1d4 long rest, it's not even you get to use this once per day. This is you get to use this like once every few battles potentially.
Well,
right?
Assuming this was once per long rest, then I'm pretty sure this would be a pretty nuts feature.
Okay,
He's
hang
so
on.
good.
I just remembered that Reincarnate is a 5th level spell.
Yes, it is.
Ah.
You've got some very. I mean, Raise Dead is a 3rd level as well. and costs
okay,
stuff.
but why Raise Dead when you can
Why the-
Reincarnate?
Reincarnate's funnier.
Like, Reincarnate is funnier and you skip the death penalty.
True.
It comes with some other penalties depending.
I guess if you're
Penalties.
I was gonna say
Oh.
that's fun stuff. You know, if you're playing in a game
You-
where you don't consider like if you don't tie racial bonus to race,
Mhm.
Yeah.
because like at that point it gets really
True.
annoying.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
does.
true.
And I think that was why they made it a 5th level spell. But also like, who gives a shit anymore?
Mm-hmm.
You can summon
uh,
Celestial.
You just go look at the wizard like 6th level. Keep in mind it's 6th level spells as well, which
Yes, yeah.
and it doesn't eat a spell slot, right? This is just another
No,
spell
it just
that you
it just
get.
goes.
Yeah.
It just goes.
Circle of Death costs
Circle of
500
Death?
gold. Oh, it's not consumed.
Oh, that's funny. I don't think
Wait,
we ever play with that.
Shit, yeah, we've been forgetting that. I suspect.
Whoops.
Oopsies.
Whoops.
It's not consumed, so
Fine.
So,
we have
I mean,
500 gold every time we cast it.
Cast
Yep.
Soul Cage. Or some
You
truly horrific shenanigans.
But that's on the Warlock list anyway, so you'd probably just have it.
Yeah, but it's a free Soul Cage. You can cast
It's-
Magic Jar.
Wait, that one actually has an expensive component to it.
Yeah.
They're looking at the list of components, so
I sure am.
watch the stream.
Foolish. There's some stuff you can do with this.
Mhm.
How powerful is it? I think it's this is a good oh shit button.
I think it's a very good capstone.
It's
actually.
incredibly powerful. It's a great capstone for
And then
this
at
class.
17 you get Wish, which feels like another capstone in and
Oh
of
my
itself.
God.
That's
It
the
does,
thing.
yeah.
That is the thing that I wanted to bring up was straight up playing this class. It was like 14th was great. 17th was like, oh my god, I've got another fucking capstone.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the Warlock level 9th level spell list normally?
Yeah,
It
it's not great.
leaves some things
Something
to be desired.
I remember that feeling exactly. I was like,
You
what
don't
the fuck do I
don't
take?
think it's Psychic Scream now.
That would help fix it because that did not exist when Josh played Warlock up to that
Correct.
level.
I believe I had to. What did I take? I took Foresight, right? Or is that an 8th level? spell?
Yeah, you took Foresight.
Took
It's a 9th
Foresight.
level
Okay,
spell.
that's pretty good. I'll grant you.
Hold
That's
on.
actually
is,
very
is
good.
Foresight 8 or 9?
It's
9.
9.
It's 9. We all know it's 9.
We know it's 9.
Okay, yeah.
Is it really
Foresight
on the
is really
Warlock
good,
list?
but also like Wish is just.
Which is just every spell,
Wish
and
is
Warlocks
just-
kind of
Wish is just
suffer
like-
from not having every
I
spell.
was gonna say like Wish is like a spell where it's just like you just break the game at that point. Like even if you don't use the written sort of like usage of Wish to create some like special effect like money or like some earth shattering effect, right? Even if you just use it as something to cast an 8th level spell or below, it's still so good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Like
it's amazing.
we ranked Bard, Lore Bard very highly for being able to steal spells. Well, with
Yep.
Wish, you can steal almost every spell in the game,
Mm-hmm.
if you so please. So,
So
where
I
does
think
that
it's
leave
already
us?
it's by default stronger than Fiend because it has Fireball plus everything more.
I agree.
Right.
I think it's pretty obviously going to be an S tier, if not better class.
I
but,
agree. I
Yeah.
think it has to be stronger than Celestial just because, like, obviously Celestial has, like, you know, the revive bouncing, but this is like, you know,
Yeah.
you can reincarnate if you need to, you can heal if you need to. Like, the actual utility you get from having Wish is just so much greater than anything else. And then, like, 14th level capstone,
yes, Tyler.
limited Wish.
It does.
Yes, Wish lets you cast like any spell.
I do think this is an S tier, not like a lower hold tier kind of thing, because
I
Early
kind of
game?
agree.
as of early game, it doesn't
Agreed.
come online till like level 6 really.
6.
Because at level 5 you get Fireball, and level 6 you get to be immune to tons of things.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to like Fathomless, Fathomless has some fucking nutty early game. Maybe just Silver has some nutty early game, and they're still really good late game.
Yeah, like
Genie-
honestly,
Genie,
Genie is
Genie's
like
up there though. Like
I was
holy
like,
shit.
Genie is
so
like
good.
kind of in terms of combat itself, it's kind of very
A little
eh.
less.
And then at 5th level, it gets Fireball, and then at 6th level, it can fly and cast Fireball.
Yeah.
So like so it's not that it never comes online.
Yeah.
Like in the band of play, in the band of levels at which you're playing anyway, which is about
Yeah.
6 to 9. Like, yeah, you're gonna be happy with this class.
Yeah, something like Fathomless has Lightning Bolt, which is almost as good as Firebolt, and all its others. I think it fits really well with as being about the same power level as Fathomless, but for different reasons.
For very
Agreed.
different reasons, yes.
Fathomless is amazing. Holy shit!
All
This thing
right.
is also
Okay,
amazing.
shall we move on to the Undead Warlock?
Mm-hmm.
We only have 3 left because we're
Yeah,
wait,
because of the
but there's
bait.
also Undying and Undying Light, and I don't know if they're the
Oh
same.
no! Well, we'll find
God.
out.
We'll figure it out. So the Undead Warlock is you have made a pact with a deathless being. Okay, cool. Vampires, Demi-Liches, Draco-Liches, Undead Pharaohs, Elusive Dark Lord, Azalin Rex. The spells that you get access to are Bane, False Life, Blindness, Deafness, Phantasmal Force, Phantom Steed, Speak with Dead, Undying Light. Oh my god.
Oh no!
That's delightful. 30%.
If they're too
fewer
similar,
cards.
we'll probably just only rank the
I'm-
more recent one.
If I had to
we'll
take a
see.
guess, I feel like Undying Light might be an early version of Celestial. But that's
Really?
my.
I
like,
just
out
don't.
there
I
guess.
don't remember. I don't remember.
I don't know either. So, Bane, False Life, Blindness, Deafness, Phantasmal Force, Phantom Steed, Speak with
Yay!
Dead.
I love Phantom Steed.
I know you love Phantom Steed.
But you're not
Death-
a ritual caster, so it sucks.
Oh no! Death Ward, Greater Invisibility, Anti-Laugh Shell, and Cloud Kill.
With greater invisibility being largely obsolete, considering greater,
It's not an amazing.
there's
spell list.
not really anything great here.
No.
I can, and these you don't get these. You get to choose from
You
these.
get to choose them.
Meaning, I can't think of anything here I would actually want.
Me
You
neither.
might take Phantom Steed. You might take. Isn't Cloud Kill an AOE if you're really desperate for AOEs?
I'm telling you, I'm only
Kill's
taking
such a
Phantom Steed if I'm taking the ritual caster feat.
Bad.
What else are you gonna use your spell slots on?
Cloud Kill is
Something
5.
else.
Cloud Kill is
Warlock
5d8
spell list,
poison
man.
damage in the most annoying way possible.
Oh, it's only 5d8. Ugh.
Ugh. Ugh. That's a 5th
mean-
level spell.
This is no Cone of Cold,
No,
Yeah.
not really.
and at 6th level you get.
Bane is a
Circle of
good
Death.
choice
I
for
don't know.
concentration early level. Yeah, I can see that.
Is it? Let me see.
Bane is nice because it's essentially save or suck. So if you fail it, you don't get to make additional saving throws. I'm pretty
Wouldn't
sure
we rather just concentrate on Hex?
you might just want to concentrate on Hex. It depends, but yeah. I mean, Bane is. I think isn't
This
Bane
is a
an AOE?
debuff. No, three
Oh no,
three
it's up to
creatures.
3 creatures.
It's kind of AoE. I mean, if
Only-
you're
only
feeling
to a
like
range
a
of
more of
30
a
feet.
supporter person as opposed to a blaster person, then sure, Bane is decent.
I think it's distinctly usable. Bane is anti-bless, yes.
I think it'll quickly fade away in usefulness.
I think
Because especially because if they just succeed their sage, it doesn't do anything. I'm like, so it's not like guaranteed value like Bless is. It's not
no,
like
yeah, Bless is very guaranteed value. This is a it's a saving throw. It is a charisma saving throw, which is one of
True.
the less commonly resisted ones, and
Particularly at low level.
it does affect
Yeah.
all attack rolls and saving throws, right? So it's gonna depend, I think.
it's like a minus 2.5 on all their attacks, which is basically like if everyone on your party had Shield of
1d4 is
Faith.
actually you can actually tell because of how well Bless scales into late game. 1d4 is actually pretty valuable all the way through, just because of the number scaling of D&D. But
I will say
again,
Bane is a lot better than Shield of Faith.
yes, Shield of Faith is just an awful spell. But it's Shield of Faith is one of those like it's one of those spells that they obviously wanted to put in there because it's like, oh, this is the like protect spell, but it's like it's so bait.
Yeah, it's not great.
Form of Dread. You manifest an aspect of your patron's dreadful power. As a bonus action, you transform for 1 minute. You gain the following benefits while transformed. You gain temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your Warlock level. Once during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack, you can force it to make a wisdom saving throw, and if the saving throw fails, the target is frightened of you until the end of your next turn. You are immune to the frightened condition. You can transform a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You regain all expended uses on a long rest. The appearance of your Form of Dread reflects some aspect of your patron. So at first level, you get 1d10 plus your Warlock level temporary hit points for 1 minute. And then once per turn, you can force a creature that you hit with an attack to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened.
I think the temp HP scales. So
it scales pretty well, yeah.
And you're not really using your bonus action very often.
I mean, like you can force one creature to like make saves against frightened.
And you can do it every turn.
Every
Am
turn,
I wrong?
infinitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, for 1 minute.
I mean, even against a boss monster, you can just keep spamming it on them unless they're immune to frightened. But
you know what's really funny? Wait, when did this come? Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft. This is actually one of the newer subclasses. What's funny is that this doesn't have that that really annoying thing that doesn't come up super often, but when it does, it's really annoying. Where your transformation stops if you're incapacitated. So I think you can go down, get back up, and you can still have this active. But if that wasn't enough, you can use this. You can transform a number of times equal to proficiency bonus. You're gonna be fine. Like you're not gonna run out, really.
I do. Is it bad that I'm like in my head? I'm like I really like immune to frightened. It feels like a really common condition. I do appreciate it. It's probably.
I think it is the most common condition.
I don't think it's that. It's not as good on a caster.
Yeah,
as it is on a meleeer.
Well, it negates
it's always nice.
It is always nice, and you're probably not going to run into it at low level as well. But this kind of keeps it relevant at higher levels to some extent.
Sure.
Yeah,
and the temp HP scales up to like 25 temp HP ish.
It's fine.
It's just like normally transformations do a bit more, but they also don't come at level 1 normally.
Yeah, this is a level 1 transformation, right? Like this is something that people usually get on capstones.
Maybe there's gonna have some other features that buff the Form of Dread.
Yeah, let's take a look. At 6th level, you don't need to eat, drink, or breathe, and in addition, once during each of your turns, when you hit a creature with an attack and roll damage against the creature, you can replace the damage type with necrotic. While you are using Form of Dread, you can roll 1 additional damage die when determining the necrotic damage the target takes. So, if you were just Eldritch Blasting, that's an additional Eldritch Blast damage die per turn. If you were casting any other spell, that would be 1 more of those damage dice, but they don't really get bigger than Eldritch Blast. Like what Witch Bolt does a D12.
There you go. Yeah, totally worth. Oh, it's an
actually is that worth? Probably not, right?
No, of course not. That's 1 extra damage on average.
Wait,
what?
No.
Compared
It's 1d10 extra damage.
Compared D12 versus D10. Sorry.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Oh no, I'm talking about I was talking about
Eldritch Blast turning to necrotic.
You would definitely
Josh was talking about Witch Bolt. That's what I was responding to.
Oh, okay.
Keep going, Dan.
I think normally you're just gonna end up turning your Eldritch Blast into necrotic, which is honestly a slight downgrade, but it lets you do 1d10 extra damage.
Yeah, unless
instead of doing, let's say you have your 5 charisma modifier at this level, so instead of doing 21 damage, you do 26.5. That's like 27% DPS increase. But it's gonna get down. It's gonna get worse and worse.
Yes, it doesn't scale.
Doesn't specify.
Is it
Warlock spells? It's any attack.
Yeah.
If you
is it against one target? No, it's against everyone. So at least if you AOE.
Well, no.
The creature.
Once during each turn when you hit a creature.
So you can fireball and you do a little extra damage to one of those creatures.
So yeah.
You're right.
I mean, obviously
there is
theory crafting you can do for like other classes, but we're not considering multi-classing in the tier list, so.
Yeah. It's a bit more damage.
It's also like 6 levels of investment to get like one extra damage die.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't multi-class into this, but yeah, we're not gonna cover that.
Mm-hmm.
So at
Necrotic
10th
Husk.
level, you gain resistance to necrotic damage, and if you are transformed using your form of dread, you become instead immune to necrotic damage. I mean,
Ooh.
like that's a nice
It's
little.
pretty rare. It's
a nice
niche,
little
but
bonus.
I like immunities.
In addition, when you are reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to drop to 1 hit point instead and cause your body to erupt with deadly energy. Each creature of your choice that is within 30 feet of you takes necrotic damage equal to 2d10 plus your warlock level. You then gain 1 level of exhaustion. Once you use this reaction, you can't do so again until you finish 1d4 long rests.
Wait, the last sentence.
Did no people
So
did
it's a
pure
death thing.
warlock? I think warlock might be the most commonly multi-classed class. Yeah.
It's a very front-loaded class, and Hexblade makes it even more front-loaded.
Bro, you got to play Genie Warlock if you think you don't want to play with pure Warlock. Let me tell you.
Don't you only need 17 levels to get Wish?
Yeah, mere 17.
Only 17 levels.
Listen, I took 17 levels of Fiend Warlock and then I multi-classed into a melee class. But that was, of course, before Hexblade existed, back
Yes.
in ye old days.
You don't know
Yeah.
how hard
Kids
you
these
kick.
days!
Let me ask you, did you go 17 and then fighter, or did you go fighter at some point during the middle?
I think it was
don't
17 and
remember.
then fighter.
I think I went 17 and then fighter because I was like looking at Warlock 20th level and I was like, why would I do that?
I'm pretty sure you did champion, you weirdo.
I did choose champion, yes.
Anyway.
So death effects are also inherently niche. Is this one a good one? Let's see.
So 2d10 plus your warlock level. That's 11 damage.
21
plus your warlock
damage.
Level. 21 damage at 10th level, which is not insubstantial. It's painful that you get a level of exhaustion, but 1 level of exhaustion
Have your choice is nice.
will really do nothing for you.
True.
And
Yeah, you can
can't-
survive 1.
You can't do this again until you finish a 1d4 long rest
Yeah.
anyway, so you're not going to stack exhaustions. However, I think it would be funny if you could.
I do think AoE effect on a warlock at 10th level is pretty weak, considering you're already at the level where you should no longer be close to the front line. To be honest,
Yeah, this is not.
Oh.
if you're playing some sort of melee warlock, sure you might get more value, but like strictly optimally speaking, ranged warlock is just more effective.
This probably won't come up because it's Warlock. But did you notice that it takes a reaction to do this?
Sure.
Isn't that
Yeah.
weird?
Yeah. That is strange. Most
well-
death effects don't do that.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. I think about 50% of the death effects do that because I'm pretty
Really?
sure Deathless Monk does this, and I think Long Death Monk does this, and I think the other Undying Warlock also does this.
The monk one doesn't do it, right? Because the monk one you can chain them infinitely.
Oh, maybe you're right, actually.
Like if
Yeah.
like, you're
No, there's no
like
reaction.
you're
there.
saying you're saying don't explode, then don't get 1 level of exhaustion.
You could choose to drop to 1 instead, and then after you could choose 2 erupts.
Maybe.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I just think this is not going to come up very often, and
It
even
really isn't.
you're gonna be pretty happy to on the drop to 1 hit point instead. You're not often gonna get value on that AoE explosion.
I think
You don't-
looking at the design of this class, I do think that they are trying to compel you to go into melee, but because
Failing to do so.
But because Eldritch Blast is just so overtuned, especially with Warlock invocations, like nothing
Yeah.
will really ever do that.
Level 1 through 9, you have no reason to be close to enemies.
Like all of these spells though, it's the value is that one time you don't get downed, right? That's
Yes.
the biggest value. That's really the big focus here. Is
And
it
that's
worth
nice.
it? Yeah, it's always nice to have those, even if they don't always matter. In fact, arguably they should rarely matter, depending on how hard your fights are.
I mean, it depends. There's a reason why revive juggling is so good, right?
True. That's
But
very
the thing
true.
is, this happens during the enemy's turn. If they would have had to down you with their last attack,
well,
or
that's
if there was 8
Yeah,
enemies attacking,
and
That's how most of them work.
And also, like,
I know, but
the thing also is
that's
just,
I
like-
was comparing this to revive juggling. Revive juggling usually gives that person a turn to act.
True.
like, this also comes on at 10th level, which feels just like
Late.
Right now, I'm feeling like this warlock just doesn't really do much.
not a ton.
I mean,
Let's look at
frighten a bit,
14th
I guess.
level.
Sure.
Yeah.
As an action, you can project your spirit from your body. The body you leave behind is unconscious and in a state of suspended animations. Your spirit resembles your mortal form in almost every way, replicating game statistics but not your possessions. Any damage you or other effects that apply to your spirit or physical body affects the other. Your spirit can remain outside your body for up to 1 hour or until your concentration is broken, as if concentrating on a spell. When the projection ends, your spirit returns to your body, and your body magically teleports to your spirit's space, your choice. While projecting your body, you gain the following benefits. Your spirit and body gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Nice. When you cast a spell of the Conjuration or Necromancy school, the spell does not require verbal or somatic components or material components that lack a gold cost. Okay. You have a flying speed. I think that's only there because you don't carry your possessions. You have a flying speed equal to your walking speed and can hover. You can move through creatures and objects as if they were difficult terrain, but you take 1d10 force damage if you end your turn inside a creature or object. And while you were using your form of dread once during each of your turns, when you deal necrotic damage to a creature, you regain hit points equal to half the amount of necrotic damage dealt. You should be past your squishy phase at level 10. That is true. You should not be really that squishy.
Warlocks are always squishy.
I mean, it's true, but you're never gonna be less squishy than your meleeers. Yeah,
Correct.
so.
Unless your meleeers for some reason decided not to put points into Constitution, and that's just foolish.
So wait, is this a combat spell? Is this a combat feature, the Spirit Perfection?
So as an action, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. You can cast spells like normal. And you have a flying speed equal to your walking speed, and you can hover. So you get a fly.
Oh no!
But-
I just thought about something.
But
Yeah.
your body is still there.
I just thought about something. If a fireball hits both of you, you take
Correct.
double damage.
Correct. This is extremely correct. Yes.
Oh
it's like-
no!
It's
You gotta be
weirdest
careful.
fly.
How long does this last?
An hour.
An hour.
Okay, good. Then you better precast this shit. You can't concentrate either. Yeah,
But you
yeah,
can't
yeah.
concentrate. Oh no, you're right.
Where
It,
does
it
it say
does. It is a
that?
concentration
Oh, no.
effect. Your concentration is broken as if concentrating on a spell. Ooh, why
Oh,
would you ever
no.
use this?
Oh
I don't
god.
know.
Oh
You-
no!
you just-
That's
You
a
just
pretty
get-
heavy cost.
You get. That's not good.
Listen,
You're there.
listen.
You hide your body, sequester it far away. You get hit by a spell, lose concentration, and you are out of the fight.
Oh my god, you're right.
Wait, that's really bad anti-synergy. Yeah, because you have to keep the body far away so you don't just get double damaged. But if you lose concentration, now you're far away.
Mm-hmm.
The flight is good. Resistance is okay. Unless it's really good if you're a frontliner, but you shouldn't be.
It's like Echo Knight, but
what else did
shitty.
you
You're
get?
right.
Yeah, it is like worse.
Ooh. Wait. The form of dread. I thought for a second it would synergize with Circle of Death, but it's a creature again, not multiple creatures.
Yeah, only the one. It's like that other 14th level.
Oh yeah, once on a creature. Yeah.
Once
When it
during.
Man,
ends,
if it
you can
was
teleport to
all
the
creatures
soul.
on Circle of Death, then it would be like, I'm a
Oh,
heal
okay.
bot.
Actually,
I
no.
will-
This
I will
is a
explode.
good point. So if you do if you break concentration, your body teleports to your spirit.
Oh, okay. So
Good
you
catch.
you break
choice.
concentration and your body teleports 60 feet in the air, then you fall.
Yes.
You wouldn't put yourself that high up.
You wouldn't. I would.
However,
you don't need to be higher than like 20 feet to be out of
however,
reach of
because
people.
it's your choice, you could also just fuck off and leave your party to die.
Oh, that's
True.
That's actually okay. That helps a lot. All right.
Let me ask you this: If
Yeah,
this
you
was
would,
a
you
spell
coward.
that you could cast, is this worth casting? I think yes. Flying is really strong. The necrotic damage is not really that significant. How is that spell component thing useful?
No, it's just to make up for the fact that you won't have your spell focus.
Okay.
So, because it doesn't cover material cost spells, so you actually can't cost anything that requires a material cost, such as Circle of Death.
Gotcha. But if you're flying up above the fight and you are just taking less damage from people's arrows and stuff, and you're just flying, and you're just a normal warlock.
Nice
That's
because-
valuable.
It is nice because piercing damage is inherently tied to ranged weapons, and you take less of that. So any damage that would hit you is still going to be even less ified, right? However, like the thing is, like, as a warlock, I feel like you kind of want that concentration slot.
Yeah,
I think that's really hurting you.
you have stuff that you want to concentrate on, and like concentration fly and positioning stuff is like risky in case you lose it at the wrong time. Yeah, exactly, like in chat, and you just kind of go zoop. But you might still use it, but it definitely knocks it down for me.
I still think it is definitely worth using because you are at the level where you have stuff like Circle of Death, Finger of Death.
You cannot cast Circle of Death.
You can't? Why not?
Because it requires a material component.
Is it not a necromancy school?
Oh, wait, hold on. What? Material components that lack a gold cost. Circle of Death has a gold cost.
It has a gold cost. You can't cast Circle of Death. That's funny.
It's so clunky.
Yeah, how about that?
That's hard to rate.
This is a weird one. Like, obviously spirit projection, right? We've talked about how there is an amount of utility you can get from just kind of like bypassing a dungeon or like walls.
But you can also scout it. Yep. You can also scout really easily because you can break your own concentration whenever you like.
Yes.
So
I believe you can choose to end your concentration during an enemy's turn.
Yeah, a reusable one does have a cost, and it is good idea, bad execution. I mean, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, if we want to sweaty this, if someone, let's say, casts Disintegrate on you, I believe you might actually be able to just choose to break that concentration and instantly avoid it for free.
Jeremy Crawford, Twitter.
He's not gonna have a Sage Advice errata for this class.
For breaking concentration.
So wait, hold on. You might actually be right.
At any time, no action required.
You're right. You're right.
No reaction required either.
Wait, that's actually really funny.
So you see some guy meteor swarm you? No, I'm out.
That being said, because it takes an action, it's really not that easy to get back into the form if you want to use it again. But this, like, you're correct. It is an emergency eject button that you can press.
Yeah. If you're smart about this, you can just keep your body at a safe enough distance, but still like not too far away that you're useless.
To be clear, you can't get back in anyway. It's a long rest to do so.
Can you imagine
back into your spirit?
Yes.
Oh,
that's fine.
Right,
it's a once per fight thing. You're not going to be able to multi dodge. You can use this once to dodge a set.
I will say it is a very funny concept of of just like. Imagine if you were in a party of adventurers and your warlock, every time you're like, oh, we're going to prepare for a combat, they're like, cool, snaps, their body just falls unconscious.
I love it. And you know what you can do? You can also have someone bring the body to like if it's one of those like niche situations. Yeah, you can have someone bring the body.
Wait. I've got it.
And plop it down next to your casters at a nice, like, reasonable distance.
Dan, I have it.
What?
So, at 6th level, you gain the ability to not have to eat, drink, or breathe. Put your body in a bag of holding.
Wait, but you can't get yourself out of that. But you could also just live there, yeah.
That's so fun. Can you imagine? You know what? You don't ever have to leave the bag of holding. You can project your spirit out of it.
Oh my god. But if you ever lose concentration,
you'd be stuck in the bag, yes.
Because I don't believe you can physically get yourself out of bags of holding. You have to have someone get you out.
You can't get out of the bag of holding. Yeah, because it's an extra dimensional space. There's no exit.
There's no exit. Someone has to fucking pull you out.
Yeah, Echo Knight is just like a lot better. Echo Knight is just weird. Echo Knight is weird.
Echo Knight is awesome, and I think we rated Echo Knight very highly.
I think we did. I think I argued it for it to be even higher.
Yeah. There's so many cool things you can do with Echo Knight. This you get very late, and there are some cool things you can do, and I think it's very
Echo Knight.
funny,
You get what, a 3rd level? You're like, what the?
Yeah. So why don't we look at the tier list and spell list real quick again? Just
Spell list, Bane, False Life, nothing really.
yeah, Bane's decent early game. False
Oh my
Life.
Looking at Barbarian sounds hilarious.
Phantom Seed potentially if you have no other spells, but yeah.
Yeah, Phantom Seed I think is really cool. It's just you're gonna have to use it as an action, not a ritual. Which
Okay,
is fine,
so how are we feeling about this? I have some thoughts.
I've already forgotten what it has early.
I like
Maybe
it less
your
than
thoughts.
let's see. Early, I have the list. I have the what do you call it? The page open on my screen as well. So
Yeah, I just have it open now too.
Go
ahead, Josh.
It's convenient. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it is floating somewhere between C and D tier. I think it's not as good as Seeker even.
You think it's not as good as Seeker? I'm actually thinking similarly. Let me pull up Seeker again. Seeker got really not great spells.
No.
Seeker had its jank protections.
It did. I will also say this though. So because it's a bonus action, you can kind of just like re-up this on the fly. So if we thought about it as nothing other than at first level, you gain the ability to gain 1d10 plus 1 temporary hit points as a bonus action, right? Like you're basically close to doubling your effective hit points.
Yeah, early game that temporary HP is good,
and then
it falls off really hard.
Off a bit. Yeah,
I don't even think it's that good early game. Although Fear's early game.
Yeah, fear on demand. It's a wisdom save. There's a good chance they'll fail it. Decent chance low level. Yeah, it's fine. It's any attack, right? Yes, you can hit them with Eldritch Blast.
Can hit them with Eldritch Blast.
I think this is better than Archfey.
I think so too.
I think so. It can't be D. I think it's a tier. I think it's a tier above Archfey.
Okay, do you think it's a tier above Archfey? Yeah.
The thing is, because we have so many powerful warlocks here, our C tier is actually well below average.
That's fine.
And this is well below average. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it would go.
I don't know.
Wait, where do you want it, Dan? I think
do you think it is in the same sort of band of power as Archfey? Because Archfey,
no, it's stronger than Archfey. This actually has like we looked at Archfey. Archfey has almost nothing going for it. This actually has something going for it. Like
it has a little bit more than fear, right? Archfey just has like a fear.
Looking at chat, like it's hard for us to put like a label on each tier because these are relative to each other.
Correct.
Like it on the Druid tier list, like C tier was like pretty close to average. On this Warlock tier list, C tier sucks.
How dare you say that about Seeker?
Oh, but I do think C tier fits here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I get what you.
It's not actively making your character worse C tier. That's actually usually how I think about C tier. Is like C tier always to me feels like, well, it's not like C tier is either to me slightly below average, right? Obviously, because that's how it works.
Look at this. We have 5 warlocks that are C tier and below. We have 10 warlocks B tier and above.
Yeah, warlocks are pretty strong. I will also say I generally tend to think of C tier as like when you have the accumulation of small gains. So like if you have 1% power from every one of your features, that usually ends up in C tier because it's really not like, yeah, you're more effective than if you had no class features, but that's not really saying that much.
Sure, but like I can't even put a label like that. Like I said, it's all relative. What if every warlock was you are 10,000% more powerful? Some of them are going to be F tier.
That's not a hard and fast rule, but if you look at what we've been sorting in, that's been pretty consistent across all of the classes. I agree with Josh.
All the class tier lists, yes.
That is regardless of that whether that was our intent. That is what we have been doing, in my opinion.
Now, F is obviously the tier where you would put something that is actively detrimental.
Or just has straight up no redeeming features. Yeah.
Or just nothing. It's like a nothing.
Pretty
Or
close
like
to
even
null. Pretty close to forgetting to take a subclass.
right, exactly. Like the thing is that a lot of the features in Ghost in the Machine, for instance, which obviously is a special case, is they were built for a niche, but it did not do the niche well.
I only think Undead is C tier because its level 1 feature is actually pretty okay early game.
Yes, agreed.
I agree. I think
And we have to weigh
be
we have to
fine.
weigh early game features higher.
And it had one feature where you can come back. Although no, you did actually convince me. It's pretty bad. to
No,
think of
those
it,
are always
so.
pretty bad. Anyway, you want to do another Undead one?
Yeah, that's what I
Maybe.
want.
Can we quickly look at Undying and the something other one to make sure they're not the same?
It's a good idea.
Yes. Let me. Where's Warlock? Oh shit! I have too many tabs open now.
So it's Undying Light and Undying.
Okay, so Undying Light, your energy radiates from the positive plane. Your pact allows you to experience the barest touch of the raw stuff of life that powers the multiverse.
If you just glance at the names, you might get an idea.
So, would get an expanded spell list that includes Burning Hands, Flaming Sphere, Daylight, Fire Shield, Flame Strike.
The other one gets a super different spell list.
Yeah, no, I don't think these are the same because Undying is just you are not dying, whereas Undying Light is literally specifically about light.
Yeah, I think these are very, very different.
Right, perfect.
Nice.
Surprising, but perfect.
However, it still stands to be seen if this is not just Celestial Warlock, but different.
It doesn't have the heal.
I guess not. Okay.
All right.
So Undying Light is Burning Hands, Flaming Sphere, Daylight, Fire Shield, and Flame Strike.
Is Flaming Sphere an okay concentration spell? Like second, I think it's.
No, I don't think so.
It's bonus action damage, which I think
Because it's bonus action.
It's a bonus action damage. I
We
guess
like
you're
bonus action.
like it's an adorable 2d6 damage. Is it technically an AoE?
I thought it added. Wait.
2d6 fire damage.
Yeah. And then on each following turn you can. Oh, but it's a
Move
one
it up
action to
30
cast.
feet.
It's actually one action the first turn, and then bonus action to ram it the first turn.
Yes.
And each following turn you can just bonus action, I think. Yeah. It's clunky, but it's something. You'll probably use it.
7 damage, on average, give or take.
But unlike spiritual weapon, this one you'll stop using.
Yes, there's no way you're gonna keep using this.
Because of the one action setup.
And the
But it gets fire. It gets fire shield though.
Oh.
Well, I will say, so it does. So, hold on. Does it scale better though? Because it scales by 1d6 per spell slot level.
Let's see.
So, Sacred Weapon or whatever, Spiritual Weapon goes to 2d8 plus Warlock spellcast mod, which is plus 5.
So 14 damage per turn.
Sure.
And this one is.
This would be 2d6 plus 3. So that's 5d6.
So that's 17.5 damage per turn.
But it's an AoE.
As opposed to 14.
Is it
an AoE?
Not really.
It rams a creature.
Well, it's sort of an AoE. Because I think
no one's going to end their turn.
If they end their turn there, they'll take the damage. But you're right.
It also takes an action to cast the first turn and its concentration. You're not going to use this over the other one.
I think
but it doesn't matter because you can't have them both.
I think you're going to stop using this, but you get use out of it early.
Yeah. What else do they have?
Daylight is pretty awful.
Daylight is pretty bad. Fire Shield
I love. Pretty bad.
I love Fire Shield, but I agree it's also pretty bad.
Flame Strike, everyone agrees is pretty bad.
I'm not going to lie to you. I really wish the Seeker Warlock had access to Fire Shield because it would
complete the trifecta.
It would complete it. You could just buff the fuck out of yourself every 2 rounds. It'd be so juicy.
Because Fire Shield's also not concentration.
It's so juicy.
Can I offer the weakest of defenses for Flame Strike?
Yes.
Can you guess what it is?
What?
That
On
they don't
the
have Fireball?
Warlock list specifically. You're casting that at 5th level no matter what. So
Yeah.
it's just a fireball,
Okay.
but slightly smaller and with 2d6 less.
So,
You'll
like,
probably still use it.
I have
guess
considered this,
so.
but it just sucks.
And you do get it. The biggest issue is you get it at 9th level instead of 5th, which is a huge difference.
I think the biggest issue it's a 10-foot radius.
Yeah, that's like
Isn't
it's so much worse than
It's so
fireball
tiny.
in every single
Yeah.
way. It feels so bad.
It covers like half the area, less than half the area of fireball.
Wow, actually. Oh my god, I forgot how small that is.
It's
But
tiny.
I mean, you might use it
Yeah.
considering you don't have anything.
If you're a cleric, you'll use it. If you want to blast, that's really all you got. So, Searing Vengeance. At 6th level, the radiant energy you channel allows you to overcome grievous injury. When you would make a death saving throw, you can instead spring back to your feet with a burst of radiant energy. You immediately stand up if you choose. Oh, this is a feature that's...
Wait, did we
Celestial
talk about
does
Radiant
get.
Soul?
No.
No. Oops.
Resistance to resistance to radiant damage. You can and when you cast a spell that deals radiant or fire damage, you add your charisma modifier to that damage.
Oh, all the targets.
That's better. So much better than so many other warlock features.
Man, if you had Fireball.
But you need a fireball.
Yeah, but you don't have amazing. I mean, you'll get used out of that. that
You
flame
learn
damage.
light and
that-
sacred flame. You're not
Hey,
gonna use Sacred
that flame strike.
There you
Yeah,
go.
this is about the flame strike, right?
You'll take more cantrips, but the light is sometimes useful. Sacred Flame will almost never be useful.
Almost never.
But very rarely you need radiant damage. God, oh my God, wait.
Man, they gotta do something about force damage supremacy.
Wait. If you can find a way to convert, like Sorcerer multiclassing, if you can find a way to convert your Eldritch Blast to fire or radiant damage, you add your Charisma modifier to each Eldritch Blast.
In addition to Agonizing Blast, I'm assuming what you're getting at?
Yes?
I think you might be correct.
Really?
What would you do with that?
A lot of damage.
Hit one target for.
No. I mean, what can you do to achieve this?
Don't sorcerers have something that changes the damage type
Only
of their
elemental.
spells to fire?
Only if it's an elemental
It
type.
has to start elemental.
And also, it would eat a sorcery point every single time.
Yeah.
There
Well,
must-
if there was a way to do that,
Man,
there
if
might
only
be.
wasn't there no, that it turned into necrotic. Never mind. All of them just transferred into necrotic, and they're also a
Yep.
warlock subclass, so you wouldn't be able to take two of them anyway.
Yeah.
Sacred Flame early game, sure, but like it quickly gets outscaled hard by
A singular 2 Eldritch Blast at 5th level.
I think at 5th level, even with this cantrip, like even against a creature with high AC, you're still Eldritch Blasting as opposed to Sacred Flaming with the cantrip damage.
Well, the thing is also Eldritch Blast, and this is not like that. Obviously, it's not that big of a
And it gets worse and worse.
necessarily, but Eldritch Blast also has a 1 in 20 chance of like critting.
Critting.
Mm-hmm. Eldritch Blast also procs Hex.
It also procs Hex.
I mean, but like
multiple times.
at level 1, this is good. I guess. I mean, okay, it's not actually that good. Okay, no. At level 1, this is better than Eldritch Blast. At level 2, Eldritch Blast is
Yes,
the same.
that's
There you
it.
go.
It's about the same.
The only real times you would want to be casting Sacred Flame instead is if the disparity between between dexterity saving throw of the creature and AC is like mega high, and
Yeah.
like in most
Is it
cases,
dex save?
creatures that have high AC tend to be like, I don't know, it's just not worth it really. Like some creatures also that have high dex have high AC, so like. Let me tell you about when I played a cleric and I had to fight wisps.
I mean,
Fuck that noise.
In my opinion, enemies tend to have similar AC to their saving throws to the point where I honestly don't value having like a saving throw cantrip and an AC cantrip. I usually just pick one.
So yeah, I was gonna say like I've definitely been in positions where I've thought about that also and been like I should take a saving throw just in case. You never use the saving throw. You never use the saving throw.
Yeah.
Like because even if that disparity is different, like it's just. Yeah.
It's rarely enough to justify
It's
it.
rarely enough. The number scaling is not high enough to
It's more fun just to take a utility cantrip. But this Warlock just gets it for free, so whatever, I guess.
Now in Pathfinder,
Oh my god.
Oh
No.
my god.
Let's talk about the 6th level features.
Okay.
Yes.
When you would make a dex saving throw, you can immediately stand up if you choose, and you can regain hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. All hostile creatures within 30 feet of you take 30 plus your charisma modifier radiant damage and are blinded until the end of your turn. I'm pretty sure this
10,
is
10 plus your charisma modifier radiant
10
damage.
plus, yes. I'm pretty sure that this
also,
was the celestial.
not a reaction. It's not a
How about
reaction.
that?
Too.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at that Searing Vengeance.
Where? Let's
Oh.
Celestial Warlock, 14th level.
see. 14th level,
Yes,
And a
and it's
little
also 2d8 plus your charisma modifier, and not
which is 9 as opposed to 10. Whatever, big deal.
Yes, but that's at 14th level. This is at 6th level, which is a level where that might matter.
Wait,
also,
what was their
like-
spell list on the other one? Sorry.
The Celestial Warlock?
Yeah,
Oh, the Celestial Warlock was the one that got the cleric spells.
that's right. That's way better than this.
That's way better than this. Yes, correct. What are you gonna do with more hit points? I guess like continue blasting. That's fine.
Anyway,
10th level. Short or long rest, you gain temporary hit points, which equal your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. Additionally, 5 creatures you can see at the end of your rest. Those creatures also gain temporary
that's
hit points
great.
equal to half your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. I
I think we value this one pretty highly.
feel like that was the 10th level ability of Celestial
Celestial.
Warlock.
Yeah, I still think these are different enough that we can rate them differently.
I
because
think they are different enough. At 14th level, you gain the ability to channel the Undying Light. As a bonus action, you can touch a creature and heal it. With one touch, a creature regains from 1d6 to 5d6 hit points, your choice. You have a total pool of 15d6 you can expend. Subtract the dice you use with each touch from that total.
This is a directly worse version of the first level Celestial feature, and this one comes at 14th level.
This is so much worse for a couple of different reasons. It comes so
Range?
much later. It's way worse. The range is so much worse, and it caps at 15 instead of 20.
That's why they just shuffled the abilities around.
Which is funny
I
because
think
they shuffled it in the way that made it like kind of busted.
Okay, ignoring the existence of Celestial as the clearly superior option, how much do we value? How good is this on its own?
How good is this on its own? Okay, so I will say I think this ability is pretty much nothing because you're casting Eldritch Blast,
Okay, yeah.
right? Okay, let's say you cast Flaming Sphere and it does more damage. Like 5 damage to your Flaming Sphere is pretty substantial. That's nice. That's a bonus action, right? That synergizes pretty well. Fire Shield, it adds extra damage. No, it's only when you cast.
No.
Never mind. Flame Strike is when you'll get the most use out of it at 9th level.
You'll surprisingly probably end up casting Flame Strike.
Yeah, you probably are going to cast it. 6th level, you get a Death ability, which is niche.
Death abilities inherently just don't happen very often.
At 10th level, you get this ability, which is really
Which is
good.
solid. It helps
really
your whole
good.
party. Like that's literally 10 HP, 10 temp HP for all your party members,
Right.
and 15 for yourself, and it scales
Like
up.
we discussed this for the Celestial, but like yeah, it's so good. It's so much raw HP, and you can add an aid on top of that. It's
great.
so strong. However, you don't get aid.
And it's per short, and it's per short rest. So
yeah, per short
which
rest,
is nice. I'm not saying I wouldn't say this is like a ridiculous ability, but I really like it.
No, and then you at 14th level you gain the ability to heal. However, it's bound to touch, which makes it very riskier to use. It is a bonus action, which is nice because you can blast and do this. But you're mostly going to be using this to get your like
your other casters back up,
right? Because
which is valuable, I think.
It's valuable, but if you're at the range where you're going to be, where you want to pick up like a meleeer, that's not a range you want to be at.
Correct.
I mean, you have this oh shit Searing Vengeance button, but like you really just shouldn't be in that situation to begin with.
If you have free bonus actions, which you most likely do, to be honest, like you'll take this. I'll be like, yeah, this is a nice feature. I can save our cleric. I can save our wizard. You know, and I don't have to risk myself, or I can just like top us up a little bit.
However, at 14th level, it feels like it just comes so late.
It's a little late. I mean, I think that This is already better than Archfey, though, I think.
Easily
Pull up the tier
better than
list.
Archfey.
Well,
I
actually,
think,
yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Let's.
I feel like the problem is that all of the good abilities that Celestial had at lower levels, this one has completely in the opposite order, which
Yep.
makes
Let's not
them
compare it
like
to Celestial. You can't.
no. So, but like this is what I'm saying though is that like
Okay.
Celestial has that ranking because it is effective at all levels of play,
Yeah.
whereas this it takes 10 levels to come online.
Yeah, it effectively gets nothing till 10. Or very close to nothing till 10.
Very close to nothing until level 10, which is so late.
Uh-huh.
Like it obviously
Wow,
does
even Archfey
become,
is stronger at level 6 with their
at
Misty
the lower
Escape.
levels, yes.
I mean, barely.
Oof.
Barely.
Oh, maybe it belongs down there then. No, but it
It
gets
might
something.
actually.
But it gets something eventually.
Eventually,
So
but
at
like
14.
D tier is oftentimes
At-
where we'll put
At
things that
10th,
come online way too late.
at 10th, you're helping out your party, and at 14th, you're helping out your party a bit more. At Archfey, at those levels, is, I believe, just getting weaker and weaker. Let me check.
Yeah, Archfey sucks ass at those levels. This,
Um,
Undying Light becomes a lot better than Archfey at
10th level, Archfey gets a garbage-ass reverse charm bullshit that's never going to happen. And at 14th level, you get a creepy mind control that's all it does is actually charm, and it's also... Yeah, maybe Archfey's an F tier. No, just kidding.
No.
I don't know. The other two were really were worse.
Yeah, they were
Oh.
much worse. I think Archfey, for all of the shit that we give it, its first level ability at least is usable.
And it's 6th.
Which
That's
one is the sixth?
true. Yeah, the first level Archfey feature is actually not bad. I'm not giving it enough
Oh,
credit.
Misty Escape. Misty Escape's pretty good too.
First level and sixth level for Archfey are not that bad.
Yeah. Archfey is easily better than Undying Light for a really
Yeah.
long time.
Maybe we should put them in the same tier because
I was
Undying
gonna
I
Light,
agree.
Undying Light passes it eventually, but it takes
But
too
it-
long.
Eventually.
But it takes too long. Yep, I was thinking the same
It
thing.
takes too long
All
to
right.
come online, and you just like don't. You're not gonna have fun playing this class.
No.
You're gonna be so bored. You're gonna be bored out of your goddamn nuts. Like you're like,
No,
oh,
my
I
nuts.
hope I go down so I can proc my exploding ability, and you're like, why would I want to do that? Right? And otherwise, it's like, ooh, I get to do more damage on my spells that do certain types of damage that I don't really have access to. Like, you're not gonna cast Sacred Flame at 2nd level. You're just not.
Mhm.
God, I'm just looking back and just seeing how absolute ass Great Old One was.
Oh my god, it got like nothing.
I've forgotten.
It got
what it
Tasha's
did.
Hideous Laughter, and like nothing else was redeemable.
Do you guys want to move on to Undying?
The last
Yeah.
one, the final.
The
Undying,
final Warlock.
it has a warlock that has never made it out of Skag.
Oh, a Skag
It's
one.
oh.
But it
Yes.
never made it out, huh?
Yeah, it never made it to Xanathar's.
Skag was basically fucking Unearthed Arcana.
Functionally, yeah. A lot of the Skag stuff just came to Xanathar's anyway, but they decided to keep this one in Skag, I guess. Anyway, so you get an expanded spell list that includes False Life, Ray of Sickness, Blindness, Deafness, Silence, Feign Death, Speak with Dead, Aura of Life, Death Ward, Contagion, and Legend Lore. Ooh, what a trash spell list. There's almost
Anything there?
universally nothing you would want to cast as a
I
warlock
don't really
here.
want. There was some Contagion cheese, but I think that got patched, and it's still save or suck in the to begin with. So yeah, I've never liked that.
It's not good. Like Contagion. Honestly,
No.
it's just not.
All right, but it doesn't matter. You wouldn't pick those anyway.
Yep.
I suppose not. So
Silence. Eh.
Silence as a warlock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
You're
what
gonna
I needed.
suffer. You're gonna
Si-
suffer like
Silence. Listen,
Your
I-
party pokes you. Hey, Silence. Do I have to?
right. Listen, silence is fine when you have like 2 spell slots and you don't have access to 3rd level spells. But it's the second you get to upcasting range, you're like, suffer, pain, I want to die.
Mm,
It's niche anyway.
it is.
So, first level, you learn Spare the Dying, which counts as a warlock cantrip for you. Does it matter if it's a warlock cantrip?
No.
Why
They
does
always
that
say, they
matter?
always say that.
They always say that.
They always say that.
In
I
case
guess you're right.
someday it does.
You also have advantage on saving throws against any disease. Delightful.
Spare the Dying on the Warlock is wow. Wait, that's actually I just noticed that. That's so weird.
That's such a weird.
It's not even like the paladins are just immune to it, but you just get advantage.
Yeah. Additionally,
I
undead
guess.
have difficulty harming you. If an undead targets you directly with an attack or harmful spell, that creature must make a Wisdom save against your spell save DC, unless it's including you in the area of effect of a fireball, for instance. On a failed save, the target must choose a new creature or forfeit targeting someone instead of you, potentially wasting the attack or spell. On a successful save, the creature is immune to this effect for 24 hours. Whoa, what the fuck?
Wait.
Wait, and undead is
like
also... What?
If this is like an undead themed campaign, this is just perma value.
Okay, and undead is also immune to this effect for 24 hours if you target it with an
Yeah.
attack or harmful spell. Okay, so like an attack, yes, value, easy value. Spells, sort of, because it's a wisdom save, and creatures that have spells as undead tend to have high wisdom saves. It's really not looking good in your favor. And then also if they succeed, they're immune for 24 hours, which sucks ass.
Yeah, I think in most campaigns this is obviously nothing.
In most campaigns, this is nothing, except for maybe at level 1, you might fight some zombies or something, right? That's a pretty common enemy. Zombies
But,
and
like,
skeletons really common.
and the saving throws against disease is also super niche. But Spare the Dying on a Warlock is actually pretty good in my opinion. I think you're pretty happy to take. It's not as good as a bonus action like Healing Word or something, but like just having that option for free.
I mean, sure. But like I wouldn't want that as my singular level 1 ability, right?
If that was the only thing I got at level 1 as a Warlock, I would cry.
So this
ability requires you to run into undead. They need to attack you. They need to fail the save, and then they will attack a different party member.
True.
I was gonna say this.
Almost no effective value, actually.
You're
Like,
offloading onto other people who may be more useful than you are. Like you can spare the dying the cleric that you just got killed. Right?
You're right.
And I will say this, like I think
That's such a
I
good way to
kind
put
of
it.
understand where they're coming from with this, because a lot of necromancy spells, which undead are wont to know, do tend to be single target, right? Like Disintegration, Finger of Death, right? Those are the two that come to mind. They are single target spells. You will be targeted by them. Well, you won't be targeted by them, probably. There's probably no reason for you to be targeted by them in the first place.
But it's still incredibly niche.
This just feels very weird as a first level ability. If you are facing a lot of undead, especially mindless undead, like, yeah, sure, but also you're offloading that damage onto somebody else. So you can be up there with your tank, I guess, if you really wanted to. But like, what value are you getting in close quarters? You can spare the dying the tank that you just got killed.
you can get that sweet disadvantage on your Eldritch, Eldritch blasts.
Man,
Anyway,
I just want to. Oh my god, I'll say it after you read this one because I have a lot of thoughts on this 6th level feature.
okay.
Ooh.
You can regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus Constitution modifier when you succeed on a death saving throw, or when you stabilize a creature with Spare the Dying. And once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Oh no!
So like, you know how the last like 3 Warlocks have all had like death effects, and some of them are better than others. This is the worst one, and this is the Undying.
This is the worst one.
This is by far the worst one. It has no sort of offensive thing. Odds are, like, there's a 50-50 chance it does nothing. So you're probably like, no, guys, don't pop me back up. Don't heal me. They're like, no, we can just heal you. You can just get back. No, I have this feature. Oh, it didn't work. Like, and even if you're a miracle roller and you never fail a death saving so ever, you only get it once, just like the rest of the Warlocks. They also only get it once, but they also get extra effects. You don't get extra effects.
Yep.
This is the worst death effect out of all the other Warlocks we've seen, and this is supposed to be the dying Warlock.
You can also get these hit points when you spare the dying to stabilize the creature.
Hold on.
Like, ooh boy, 1d8 plus 2 Constitution hit points.
But they don't get it.
And yeah, you get it, and then that eats your Defy Death until you finish a short.
I know.
Oh my god.
So bad.
That's also your action And your buddy down there's like, did you just spare the dying me? Can a real healer heal me?
There is probably a reason this never made it out of Skag.
This is awful.
10th level. You don't require food, water, or sleep, although you do require a rest to reduce exhaustion and benefit from finishing short and long rests. You will age at a slower rate. For every 10 years that pass, your body ages 1 year, and you are immune to being magically aged. That's your 10th level feature, baby.
This is a ribbon. This is a ribbon feature. This is
you
a
get
flavor
you get
feature.
a ribbon as your 10th level, baby.
Ooh.
I was wondering why I'd forgotten this was in Skag. I figured out why.
This is nothing. This
Man,
is
this level 14 feature better be fucking killer.
better be godlike.
Okay, it's well. Let me dash your hopes right now. Can on your turn you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus your Warlock level. Additionally, if you put a severed body part of yours back in place when you use this feature, the part reattaches, and once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest.
Oh,
that's
remember the other Warlock that could bonus action heal every turn starting from level 1? This one gets
That's
it
all
once.
she fucking wrote.
This goes straight to F tier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You level 1. Oh yeah, that was nothing. Level 6, that was. Oh wow.
Nothing.
Yeah. No.
And-
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
I don't think you have much of a subclass. Wait, what were the spells? The spells were nothing. That's right.
That's F tier.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
That meets all the criteria for F.
Yep.
Sick.
It's
Wow.
so uniformly garbage.
That's amazing. Wow, so we have 8 Warlocks that are A, S, or lower hold tier, and we have 9 Warlocks that are B and below. It's slightly top heavy, but you know what? It's close enough.
Honestly,
Fine.
like there's a couple
We're
at
not-
the bottom too.
Remember, like druids, like we're not going for a bell curve here, right?
We're not. We're rating it as we see them.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a reverse bell curve. What do they call those?
Reverse
A
bell.
dip?
curve.
A valley?
I don't know. I don't know fucking statistics.
No. We've created a golem. We've created a zombie. Look, he's like.
Bleh.
He's got his arms sticking out.
It's like a Terraria
Hello.
zombie.
Yes. He's got a weird lump on Raven Queen.
That's his clothes hanging down off his arms.
If you put Raven Queen down to C tier, he's got a dick.
No.
Why?
Anyway, okay. Any thoughts about any of these, and reordering them any which way? Because to me, honestly, I think this looks fine.
I mean, Laurel's obviously nuts. Fathomless, Hexblade, Silverquill, and Genie are obviously all fucking amazing. Celestial and Fiend are up there and strong, just because they have some things that are really strong. Raven Queen, what was great about Raven Queen again?
Raven Queen was basically Warlock, but with some things extra, right?
What made it A tier though?
Spells?
Was it the spells?
Where
I bet it was the spells.
I bet it was the spells.
Oh, spiritual weapon.
Spiritual weapon. That's it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
what it
right.
was. I forgot about spiritual weapon. Yeah,
That's
that makes
right. I
sense.
even made the snarky fireball spiritual weapon
And Kraken and Witherbloom have some good combat stuff. I think Witherbloom's pretty weak, but like the only things here I can think of. Oh yeah, Witherbloom. I was gonna say, Witherbloom's up there because it has like mass cure wounds and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Seeker and Undead are. Everything fits here.
Yeah,
to
I'm
me.
actually pretty happy with this one. Surprisingly.
Looking.
I'm happy with
pretty
most of ours,
good.
to be honest.
Me too. So let's.
'Cause we better be if we spend 6 hours on them.
Yeah, for real.
No, God. What a weird one Warlocks were. However, that being said, next week we're doing Wizards.
Oh god, that's gonna be
Oh,
interesting.
boy. Oh no.
I'm excited.
Do you think Wizards are going to be easier or harder than Warlocks?
Easier.
I
Because
almost
with the-
think so.
Because with
Yeah.
a couple of exceptions, wizards derive a lot of their power from their base class, and so they're
I think I think a lot of wizards don't really get expanded spell lists as the thing.
Oh, they don't need it.
Which
Yeah.
yes, one they don't need, but two it means
Yep.
there's not as much variability in spells between.
Hey,
guilds.
there's a
right.
wizard. There's a wizard that gets
all
some
wizards.
extra spells.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you got some
I'm
of these
really
mages.
looking forward to getting to discuss.
Can we
yeah.
just
Oh, God.
can we just put Mage of Lorehold in in a Lorehold tier like in advance? There's
Wait,
no way that it's like that much.
I'm not even talking about that one. I'm
Yeah,
talking
we're not
about
dis-
theurgy.
Yeah, we're talking about Theurgy Wizard here.
Oh, Theurgy Wizard's gonna be busted. There's a reason they never printed that shit.
Yes.
Now,
Actually, you're right. Wizard has so many broken subclasses.
Yep.
listen, you think Lorehold is gonna be also busted for wizard? It probably will
It
be,
won't
just
be.
because minion.
Probably will be.
I think it probably will be because of.
It will be busted, but the question is, of course, whether it's an S tier or a Lorehold tier.
Yeah.
Because there are
listen,
some wizard
minion,
subclasses which they like have never printed because they're so stupidly strong.
free minion, free kitchen, like a wizard that gets spiritual guardians is obviously less good than a lot of other classes that get spiritual guardians, but spirit guardians.
Wizards are like, I can cast Fireball 4 times. Who gives a shit?
Wizard's like, you wish to give me destructive wave? Sure, why not?
Right? Expanded
I'll
spell
take it.
lists. Expanded spell lists, unless they are specifically healing utility spells, are pretty much worthless for wizards. What do they want?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
You know what they want? They
but-
want the ability to max thunder and lightning damage is what they fucking want.
Yeah, but Lorehold, I can't see Lorehold being less than S tier because not only the minion but
agree.
War Echoes, the vulnerability for your whole
Like
party
vulnerability
feature.
for one
Oh.
turn is disgusting.
And you can use that feature a number of times. You get a proficiency bonus, unlike all the other. Unlike fucking like, what's the one we just looked at? The Undying that gets to use all
Undying,
its
everything
features
is
like once
gated
each.
behind short or long rest. It's
That was how OG.
that was that was the
Fifth edition
pace.
was.
That was the pace
Power
of
creep.
power in
It's-
fifth edition.
Yeah,
at the
it's so, it's so funny. There was one of those that I was able to tell roughly when it was printed, solely because I was like, oh, it's proficiency resources.
Correct. That means it's newer.
Yeah, it's a better way to do it.
It is. It scales better, and I think they kind of realized the way that people play more. Like to Wizards' credit, like the power creep exists because power creep is largely a function of a game being in service for a long time, right? Because obviously when you have a couple of years of design, you are going to reach for newer and newer mechanics, and a lot of times those newer mechanics are just going to be better because, you know, they're in territory that has not been touched before. This is the Sigma Overwatch problem.
Sean, did Armor ever tell you about his like Misfits idea?
Yes, he did.
I've been
It's,
told about this idea.
Yeah,
You've
I
been
told
told
Josh
about
as
it?
well.
Oh,
It'd be
but
like
you have to play F tier.
I think you would
classes.
have to play F tier classes. I think that would be
Yes.
the way to make it the
I remember
most.
Armor was like, "Oh, it must be
atrocious.
D or F tier." I'm like, "No, if you're gonna go into this,
It's gotta
go
be
all the
F.
way in.
Oh,
Gotta be
yeah.
F.
Gotta be
And
F tier.
I think it would be required for one person to play the Frenzy Barbarian.
Berserker, Frenzy
Yeah.
Barbarian, yeah. I probably wouldn't.
It's a great.
I've
it's
already.
a Josh.
I
Yeah,
could
it's a great
not.
one-shot idea.
It is a
I
great
would
one.
suffer
idea.
too much.
I can think
Anyway.
of it now. Maybe on a day when like we don't have a lot of people.
One
coming
shot,
to Pathfinder.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then the
but-
classes
but-
we haven't ranked yet, if we haven't finished, that's our punishment. We're not allowed to play that class.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know, because I think I would want to play one of the shitty classes. I think I would want somebody else to run it.
Yeah, that's
Do
funny.
we get Tyler to run it?
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you could do that.
Anyway, good stream.
Yeah. So that is the end of the Warlock subclass tier list.
Your worst.
Tier list. We will
did it.
be back next week with Wizards.
That's what they're called.
Wizards. Yes.
Yup, sure.
All right.
Thanks for volunteering, Tyler. Yeah. Woo!
Hell yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. I have no closing thoughts really. Warlocks are weird.
Yep. And very fun.
Like
and
some
very
of the,
fun.
like some of the comments said, people play warlocks that aren't multi-class.
That's so
do.
funny to me.
I mean, it's a pretty common opinion. I kind of agree with them.
I really
Yeah.
don't multi-class a lot.
I don't like
obviously
multi-classing, yeah.
I can
I do.
understand. I'm sure you do. I can understand the appeal of having the options before you, but to me, multi-classing in D&D is just so janky.
Listen, everyone in Pathfinder is a multi-class, so
Yeah.
Well, I know,
Well,
but that's
you're
because
gonna
it's
be
built,
because-
it's built into the game.
Yep.
Because Pathfinder fixed it for me. Because you know why I don't fucking multi-class in any campaigns? It's because
spell progression.
yeah, because of
Yeah.
progression. It feels so. The few times I've done it, it always
Yeah.
feels so bad to be like 2 levels behind everyone else in your party,
Yeah,
or
you
just
are-
2 levels behind in general. It's like, oh,
Yeah,
5th
the
level.
pro- the
You're
pr-
not
right,
5th
see,
level.
the-
Sorry.
Yeah, like that's the problem, right? Is that a lot of times multi-classing can feel like you're side grading instead of upgrading. Because, and this is because D&D 5th edition specifically has such a linear level track, where your power is expected to just scale as you grow in levels, and it
So
takes a lot of work to multi-class in a way that actually is better, but this still doesn't feel good.
multi-classing feels great if you start at the desired level for your multi-class build.
Correct.
Which tends to be 10 plus from my experience, although there's some variance there. And most campaigns don't start that high, so you have to like plan out and like slow your build, and there's always just like 2 fucking shitty ass levels that you just suck and you're
Yeah,
sad.
spell progression
And I'm
really
like, I
sucks.
can't do that to myself. I would rather just straight shot the class all the way down
kind
unless
of-
we're starting really high.
I kind of like that the way that Pathfinder 2 does it is the fact that you have archetypes which inherently are basically multi-classes, but you can also take like, I don't know, like Viking or whatever, right? You can take some oddball thing that's not a class.
There's no real cost to multi-classing in Pathfinder because you just get the multi-class feats in addition to your normal class shit. That's why it's fun.
Well, I don't know. We stopped streaming, right?
No,
Oh, goddamn.
we can stop the stream
Anyway,
now.
good.
Oh no! Our betrayal of D&D.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Or